Morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, March 7th, 2025, and this is a Public Act 1584 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Mr. Green, for the record, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2015, Public Act 1584, an act concerning lengthy sentences for crimes committed by a child or youth and the sentencing of a child or youth convicted of certain felony offenses. You fall under this act, and basically this means that you were under the age of 18 and that the board shall give great weight to the diminished capabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning.
Also in attendance is the public defender. Can you please state your name, juris number, and business address?
Good morning, Nick Hopkins, public defender, juris number 441223, address of record, Superior Court for Juvenile Matters, 978 Hartford Turnpike, Waterford, Connecticut.
Thank you. Also in attendance is the state's attorney. Please state your name, juris number, and business address.
Yes, my name is Paul Marducci. I am the state's attorney for the New London Judicial District. My state juris number is 408542. And my address is 70 Huntington Street, New London, Connecticut.
Thank you. Mr. Green, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Vincent Green, number 362937.
This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1200, which applies to this procedure. If you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. If you have any questions, then are you willing to proceed at this time?
I'm willing to proceed.
This 1584 hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Vincent Green, who is serving 25 years for felony murder. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and it has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following program since its last hearing: domestic violence, alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, and the workshop, and he's currently enrolled in college. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Green, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you for your time and able to speak. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to be present today with this opportunity. It means a great deal to have the time to speak to you. Over these past 2 years, I have thought a great deal about what the board said to me during my last hearing, that I needed to forgive myself to be able to move forward. A big part that helped me be able to take the step of forgiving myself is when the victim's sister said she believes in forgiveness and change, and she believes I've changed, and she offers her forgiveness. Her words gave me the power to propel myself forward in a new way. Her offering of forgiveness allowed me to forgive myself. Although that tragic night and repercussions of my actions will never be forgotten, it will be a place in life I never go back to. I want to be known as a person who helps, not hurts. As I strive to not only do better, I will continue my growth and development in being a better person. I actively want to prove myself to everyone affected from my wrong choices, as well as the rest of society. Since the last hearing, I have taken it upon myself to follow the board's helpful guidelines, as well as a great deal of other accomplishments. that consist of some programming such as domestic violence, alternative to violence basic, alternatives to violence advanced, and alternatives to violence training for facilitators. I was chosen by staff to be a part of the Speak Out program on 3 occasions, where I've spoke to local high school students, in which I truly enjoy, as I would like to eventually mentor at-risk youth to prevent them from going down the path I did. I also will be facilitating my first AVP group this weekend. I have also been enrolled in college classes at QVCC and have 24 credits, as I am also maintaining a 4.0 GPA and A's in all of my classes, while I volunteer tutor the college English class. Lastly, I've maintained employment as I am trusted by staff to work in the security wing amongst the supervisors and shift commanders. This has all been a feeling of self-empowerment for myself, to see the advancements I've made by pushing myself to do and be better on all aspects of life. A great tool I've gained from these programs and schooling is how to be proactive and not succumb to being only reactive. I've learned this tool starts with myself, my thoughts, and my choices. The power of thinking first and making the right choice can defuse a negative action by infusing yourself with positive thoughts and making the right choice. Being able to gauge a situation and make the needed actions for the best outcome is a powerful tool I use daily. My own soul searching and schooling has taken me down a positive path of bettering myself on all planes, as well as wanting to uplift the ones around me and in my community. My goals, if I'm released, are to continue my schooling, as I really enjoy the fulfillment of education. I currently am working towards an associate's degree, and I will also get employment at work as much as I can to balance that of my college classes. Being able to do both of these from the halfway house will have me busy as I adjust to the normal aspects of society, while I still have some structure. Once I am able to leave the halfway house, I will get an apartment with my mother and girlfriend, as they are a great support system for me. Then when I feel I have life on a solid foundation, I will take the step at helping the at-risk youth. Being able to make a positive impact on the youth and change community for the future, I feel it could help I wish I could be a part of that, and it'll be an amazing feeling and honor. Again, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here before you. These past 2 years, I have utilized to the best of my abilities. And a huge part of that was the ability to find forgiveness for myself. The seeds that helped me with that was the sister of the victim offering forgiveness, and Miss Chance bringing up the fact of forgiving myself is the step to move on. The sister's belief in me of change and forgiveness gave me a sense of solace to be able to forgive myself and grow as I move on to be a productive member of society. Miss Chance brought me to differentiate between forgiveness and not forgetting. And while I have found the ability to forgive myself for that horrific night and harm caused, I will never forget. And by not forgetting, I will keep my focus on being positive and productive while taking proactive actions to prove myself to my community. My driving force is to make good on the debt I owe society and ones affected by my actions. I'm not saying it'll be an easy task, but I will give society the best version of myself day in and day out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for that statement. You were before the board 2 years ago and were denied, so this is a rehear, so you know how the process works. In preparation for today's hearing, this panel has reviewed your entire record, which includes your police report, the court transcript, PSI, all of your institutional records. We reviewed the previous hearing and letters that came from the victim's family and friends. So we're very well versed in your case. We're going to ask you some additional questions today. And then we'll turn to the Office of Victim Services to make sure that I don't believe we have victim input, but we'll ask them again. And then your attorney and the state's attorney will have the opportunity to give statements as well. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning, Miss.
Thank you for that opening statement. I did go back and listen to the recording of your prior hearing. So I know what you were talking about in terms of some of the feedback you got from panel members. And, you know, I have to say that when I looked at all of the programming you had done, I was really impressed with the updated interview that Officer Logan did with you, that you found additional programs that you could do to make good use of those 2 years. So, you know, you deserve recognition for that you got yourself into alternatives to violence. And I think that's going to be really helpful when you are working with the youth and even people with substance abuse issues, because I know you did that certification through Stratford Institute. So, and then you continue to remain free of disciplinary issues. So these are, you know, things that we look to see and are appreciative when, in fact, you have made good use of the offset that the prior panel gave you, especially the college part. So what do you want to get your associates in?
Right now, I'm pushing for science
Okay.
because I want to go into source like green energy and things of that nature, because I feel that's going to be the best for the future.
We certainly hope so. So you have held a couple of jobs there in the facility, the marker shop, chairman, a barber. Were you actually a CNA, or did you just function in that capacity?
Oh, I was only a tierman in that area, but I used to help all the nurses and do everything the CNAs did to be helpful.
Okay. And that was right as we were, you know, on the sort of halfway point of COVID.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
you know, I thank you for your efforts to help keep others safe from the pandemic, because it was high risk situation there in the prison environment. So thank you for that. Are you still intending to work for Whitcraft?
Yes, I have recently spoke to my counselor and the counselor supervisor, and they told me that if I am granted parole, they will push a packet for me to have the ability so they can get the process started ahead of time.
And do you know what kinds of things you will do for the company?
I know it's peacemaking for airplane engines and airplane parts, and it's almost like manufacturing in a sense where you do machinery and things of that nature.
And what part of the state are we talking about?
I believe it's in Eastford.
And you mentioned wanting to go to a halfway house. I really respect and appreciate that choice to focus on yourself, get yourself in a squared away position with the supports that the halfway house can provide, so that you regain your footing, because you came in as a very young person. So you have a lot to catch up on, so to speak. And it speaks well of your intent and your independence that you want to go to a halfway house. What do you specifically feel like you gained from alternatives to violence at basic and advanced?
I feel it's allowed me to open myself in ways that from being in here, I was so used to like closing out and not being able to be invited in or invite people in. And I feel it's given me the idea of I have the power of choice, and I don't have to follow. I don't have to be under peer pressure. It gives me the chance of, if I feel that this is the best way for me to go about things and the best way to handle something, then I'm not going to allow someone else trying to influence me to do the wrong if I feel it's wrong. And it's given me the ability to transform my power as myself to say, let me take a step back from this and view everything from the outside, because I know it's not only myself, it's everybody else that can be affected, and it's my actions. So I have to think properly before I act properly. And it's giving me the power of choice to where I know my right choice and I know my wrong choice. And I know that I have to go with my right choice.
Well, I think what you just said is incredibly powerful, is because of the nature of the crime that you were involved in that took the life of a very young man. If you had had those insights, if you had had that kind of programming, maybe you wouldn't have been the follower. Maybe you would have been able to step back and go, what the hell are we doing? Like, this is wrong and it's dangerous. So, am I hearing you say that it's about putting thought before emotion, using your thinking to inform your emotional state?
Yes, ma'am. I feel emotions are a learned action, like they're a learned feeling. And when you can sit and you can think, you have a sense of being able to control your emotion. And that reduces your action of impulse. It reduces your action of just jumping the gun and doing what somebody else. Yes.
That's so important, because, that's why we have these hearings, is because brain science tells us that the ability to, get ahead of your emotional reaction to inform your decision-making with your brain doesn't happen until the brain is fully developed. And that's why young people get themselves in these kinds of situations such as yours. Can you tell me, when you talk to the high school students, and you said you've done that 3 times, and your interest in mentoring youth when you're back in the community, what's your message?
My message is similar to having choice. Don't allow yourself to be who someone else wants you to be. Be who you are, be true to yourself, and be true to what you know is right. You always have the power of choice. And as I told them, I said, I'm in my 30s now, and I never cared about school. Like, I never felt welcome at school. I never felt, and I was always back and forth with my mom. I felt like I knew everything at that age. And I told them, the ones that are on you about that, about you're not, like, go to school, clean your room, do things like that, they're doing it because they love you. And I told them that I wish I would have stayed in school and actually did schooling then at that time, and it would have maybe changed the whole course of my life, because I felt outcasted. And being able to be accepted in something brings you a form of comfortability. And when you're comfortable in something, it allows you to open up and actually let out what you want to know, what you want to learn, or who you truly are. And it allows you the ability to connect. And when you build certain connections, those connections, you never know, they could last a lifetime, and they could cause a positive impact on not only you, but others.
One of the things that was coming to mind as I was listening to you just now talk about your message, be who you are, open up. One of the big roadblocks to reaching youth really ends up being low self-esteem. And so individuals put on a lot of bravado, and they push people away because they don't feel good about themselves. So when you don't feel good about yourself, you're not going to open up, because then people are going to see that you aren't worth anything, like you think you aren't worth anything. So it's almost like the whole messaging around self-esteem has to come first.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about that?
I feel you have to be comfortable with yourself. And if someone can't accept you for who you are, then that's not necessarily a person that you would want to have around you anyway. And that who
But if
you are.
if you don't really like yourself because you haven't been validated in a family that shows you that they care about you and you're worth something, then those are the youth who are vulnerable to being influenced by their peers in a negative environment and to do negative things. So I would encourage you to give some thought to self-esteem building such that people do want to think for themselves and do want to open up, because like I said, it can be an impediment. Do you know that word?
Not really, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, sort of a roadblock, or it could impair their ability to hear your message. And they might not even know that they don't feel really good about themselves. They usually redirect that to the world. Okay, so I want to go back to something that the victim's father said at sentencing. He was particularly concerned that you had pled under the Alford Doctrine. Do you remember any of this?
In a little bit, ma'am. I remember pleading under the Alford Doctrine, yes.
Okay, and in the last hearing, they talked to you about what that meant?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you got some clarification. So the victim's father said he was afraid that you would spend your sentence the whole time without admitting guilt for the death of his son because you were pleading under the Alford Doctrine, which in his, I think, determination was you distancing yourself from responsibility for playing a role in his son being murdered. So can I ask you to give some thought to, and perhaps his father is listening today, your process for accepting responsibility. We've already gotten to the forgiveness stuff, but before that you had to take ownership.
I have sat here many nights, many days. It has not left my mind since. And I know my actions that night are never to be able to be taken back. And they haunt me daily. I've found a way to live with them and just try to push forward the best I possibly can. And my reasoning of pleading under the Alford Doctrine was I didn't really necessarily know exactly what it was. Just when I was taking the plea, I was told by people downstairs, they asked me how I was pleading, and I told them I was going to plead guilty. And they told me to plea under the Alford Doctrine if you're pleading guilty. And I just listened to them. But
it really is, my question really isn't about the terms under which you pled guilty, but the father's concern that you were going to spend this entire period of incarceration without admitting to yourself that you were just as guilty as your co-defendant in taking the life of his son.
He's right. Not right as I have not taken responsibility. I take responsibility for my actions that night. And I never would have meant for it to come off in that manner of me taking a plea under the Alford Doctrine. I've used that night in the beginning of my sentence. Sure, I was still shocked by being in, and I was shocked by the situation of how it happened. And then I finally come to the turning point of I have to do better. I can't allow this to hold me down and not improve myself and do better, not just for myself, but also for the victim. Because if I'm going to sit here and maintain that same mentality and maintain the same actions within myself and get in trouble and just not care, then there's no transforming myself into becoming a better person. To not just, if I want to work with youth, to be able to show that the power of change and the power of the process of changing and going from one point to the next of growth and just wanting to be better all around and taking accountability for my actions and wanting to grow from those. That has helped me grow mentally in a sense of where it's the lowest of lows I've ever been, and that I never want to go back to. And I also want to be able to prevent others from being able to go to a low like that and to extents of that nature. And that's a process of why I want to be able to work with youth, to be able to give back to them causes of being able to, like, sometimes I sit and I wish, and I, like, if I would have known then what I know now, and go through the processes of what am I doing? And why am I getting myself involved with this? And things like that. And it hurts inside at times. And I just haven't hurt myself. I've hurt the ones I loved. I've hurt the ones that the father loved. I hurt the family. I hurt friends. I hurt a community. And that's a way to...
You altered the trajectory of the victim's father's life.
Yes.
To the point that he gave up the boat, the life, the dreams with his son. And it was really hard to read the price that he's paid through no fault of his own. Do you know what it means, Mr. Green, to minimize?
To make
Minimize.
small, to make something
or less important, not necessarily physical reduction, but to shave off, in this case, responsibility, to distance oneself from the facts of what happened. Do you understand the concept?
I get to make something smaller but I can't necessarily grasp the idea of.
Okay, let me give you an example. Because when I read the prior interview that the last parole officer did with you, it was Officer Logan then too. You told her that I didn't go inside the boat, I stood on the stairs. And I read that and I was like, damn, like you just couldn't own your role. You had to say, well, I didn't lay hands on, but you went there with the same intent your co-defendant went, and, and were, as the law dictates, just as responsible for the death of the victim. So that's, I'm wondering at this point in this process, do you admit that you are on the boat? Do you understand that you can't mitigate responsibility in the way that you were attempting to 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am. Now I understand where you're. Yes, I was there. I took participation in. I wish I had, and I know that.
I know you do, but before we go there, it's important to own the reality of the crime in which a young man lost his life and the role that you played. So, well, Mr. Green, I recognize and I appreciate the efforts that you've put in at rehabilitation to prepare yourself to be successful when you're back in the community. the work isn't done, as you said, it's growth and, it's ongoing. But you've really positioned yourself to do well when you're back in the community, and I wish you much success. Thank you for talking with me.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Mr. Green, we're not here to retry the case, but I do have a few questions about the offense. Which of you knew the victim?
My older co-defendant, Christopher Allen.
Okay. All right. And what was your understanding of what you would gain from going along with this robbery?
There was supposed to be some money and drugs involved, and that was all I knew. And he told me that there was literally people were going to come in, we were going to go there, leave. There was going to be nobody harmed or anything. So I knew there was financial issues going on, and he kind of dragged me along with the situation and was like, here's what's going on. No one will be harmed. And I believed him because I've known him. I looked up to him as an older brother in a sense, and I believed him.
Yeah, no, I understand you were close to him. So you knew that people would be on the boat.
I knew that the victim would be, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know that your co-defendant had a knife?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. It was really, really difficult to read the details of this case. I can't imagine being there. It's almost like, watching a movie, like fiction. There were fake guns involved as well, right? Did you have one of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Guns? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, and I understand you had the mind of a 17-year-old at the time. But you had to know you would at the very least terrify somebody on that boat, right? The thought that the guns were real would be terrifying enough. Was your younger stepbrother with you?
He was not right there in that vicinity. He was sort of down the street a little bit.
But he was part of the plan? Was he like a lookout or something?
He didn't know that we were going to do that.
Did he go there with you?
No, he was off the dock a little bit, like.
No. Did he drive to the location with you?
Oh, no.
Oh, he was already there.
He was in the downtown area.
Got it. Okay, but had no idea what was going on, what you guys were doing?
No, he didn't know that was going to happen.
Okay. Do you know how he's doing today?
He's incarcerated at the moment, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, I know that. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I hope he can figure it out too. Okay. There was some mention of gangs. Were you ever involved in a gang?
I was not. I was just around people, and I made some stupid decisions of dealing with these people, and I ended up in the gang program in 2008, and I finished in 2009, and I've never gone back.
That's good. Yeah, because now you're more of in a leadership role, really, in the facility, right? People look up to you now. So you have to do better. Yeah. I read about your work as a peer mentor in several programs. Are you working now?
Right now, I'm currently working in the where the lieutenants and shift commanders and captains are in the security wing as their janitor.
Janitor. Okay. Yeah. And how long have you been doing that?
About 15, 16 months.
Okay. All right. And the alternatives to violence facilitating, you said you'll begin that when?
Facilitating, my first facilitation group will be starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow. And how many groups will you do?
As many as I'm able to. I know I start Saturday and Sunday, and that'll be my first session. And then there was a lot of us that were doing the mentoring. So I think my next session would be in a few months after this, because I'm only doing the basic set at this go. And then someone else will take the next one. And then there's like a rotation for us facilitators.
Okay. And how many people are in a group?
I believe 14 or 16 to 20.
Very nice. Okay, well, I think you'll be good at it. It's a great job for you. You did, at the recommendation of the previous panel, you did do some sessions, right, of counseling. Did you find that helpful?
I found it was helpful. At first, it was a little awkward because I've never really done anything like that, but she's comforting in a sense. So like when you have the comfortability to be able to open up some and be on, like, not necessarily feel like you're being belittled in a way, it gives you the ability to feel the comfortability to open and speak. And I welcomed it. And I had no problem. I kind of actually enjoyed going up there to speak to her.
Good. Well, and I think it's great that you can speak openly and be honest with others, right? I read about your girlfriend. Are you still together?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is she?
She's in Jewett City at the moment.
Yeah, where does she, I meant residing.
In Connecticut.
Okay, good. All right. But you're asking for a halfway house, which I agree is a great idea. And, you know, relationships out in the community can be tough, right? So I hope you're prepared for that as well. Read about the poetry that you like to write. How did you discover that?
Well, I used to write music when I was younger.
Okay.
And I would kind of put my aggravation and all like stuff into my music. And then I started writing poetry as a balance to where I could put like my hardships and I could put my like emotions and I could put like the struggle and everything. So I would balance my music and balance my poetry is almost therapeutic.
Do you have a collection of poems saved?
I have a few books of poetry and I was going to actually get them published, and I was in contact with a published company out of Seattle, Washington. And I was going to go, they're called Cadmus Publishing. I was going to go through them. And then I decided that I was going to wait until I got home and I was going to do it myself. And I was going to try to start helping people in prison be able to do their own poetry publishing.
Very nice. I'm glad you found an avenue to really express yourself. You also expressed yourself to high school students, which I think is a wonderful thing. You do have a lot to share, and if you can keep one person from avoiding the path that you took, then it's all worth it. What was that like, talking to the high school students?
It was sort of nerve-wracking at first. I was a little nervous because I wasn't really given I was kind of grabbed just with like, oh, you got to be up here in 20 minutes for me to talk to the kids. So I didn't really have any like preparation to do so. So when I got up there, it was kind of off the fly. And it was a little shaky at first, but when I got a little comfortable from breaking the ice, it actually went really well. And the second time I did it, they came and got me and they told me to give the breakdown to the other two inmates that I was supposed to be doing it with. So I almost mentored them into being able to, I'll go first, just follow my lead. And then when I spoke to them and then I passed it on. And then same with the third time when I went, they had me with 3 other people and I gave them the breakdown of how it was all going to go. And I'll take the lead. And if I feel you guys getting tripped up, then I'll just feed off of you guys and try to keep the energy going so they don't get lost or get like a thing going. But
Very nice.
I enjoy it. I like it.
Yeah, you have a lot to share. Who would you say are your biggest supporters?
My mother and my girlfriend.
Yeah. Things are going well with your mom now?
Yeah, she had went through chemotherapy and she went through her radiation. And so far she got checked and they said nothing else has shown because she had breast cancer. So now she's overcome that and she went for her 6-month checkup after everything and they didn't find anything else, but she's maintaining her job. She has everything with her rent, everything good. So I was talking with her yesterday and she was like, I'm actually in like one of the best places financially wise and headspace wise that I've been in a very, very long time. So it's relieving to know that.
Good. Glad she's doing well. Okay, thank you for speaking with me, Mr. Green. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Green, I was on your original panel, and we denied you discretionary parole. And I am, for one, pleased to see that you were able to comply with our recommendations, and you really did go back and try to improve yourself as best you could. I think you did a great job this incarceration. I just have two questions, and one is, do you ever see any of your co-defendants in passing? And I heard you talk about your stepbrother, and you know
Not
he's
at all, man.
incarcerated.
Not at all.
Wow.
I believe they have a separation on us, if I'm not mistaken, for being co-defendants.
Mhm.
So I haven't been able to see any of them since like our first court date since I've been incarcerated.
And my second question is more towards your reintegrating from the facility out into the community. What do you think is going to be your most challenging, your biggest hurdle, I'll say, as you transition back into the community?
Probably feeling accepted, because it's going to be a whole new, everything has changed since I've been in when it comes to technology base, and I'm going to be so far behind. And I feel that when people find out what I was in jail for and things of that nature, I'm going to be viewed as not necessarily a nice person or be careful around him. And that's not something I want people. I can't tell people how to feel, obviously, but
Right.
I want to be able to allow them to see the change and get the reassurance of I'm not that person anymore. And I want to be able to give them that comfort. And I know I just can't force that upon anybody, but hopefully by my actions of proceeding to go to school and proceeding to work full time, and when I have my ability to get everything settled, being able to talk to the kids and things like that, they see the change and they see all that. And I don't want everything that I've done to necessarily just be wiped away. I don't expect that, and I don't want that. But I just want people to be able to see that the change that I've made, and I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle, is being able to prove myself to the people by not my past, but see me for who I am and not who I was.
Yeah. And I would challenge you to refer, you just had a discussion with Ms. Turner about, I think the perception that people have, and you're wanting to be accepted. You were talking to the students about those things, right? And so it's really important that you not focus on what other people think of you. It's really important that you focus on what you think of yourself.
Yes,
You know, and work on that piece, and everyone else around you, they will see. You have nothing to prove to anyone except for yourself, honestly. And I mean, we all have paths, and regardless of what we do, people are going to have an opinion about everything. Someone may not like my shoes and say I'm the lady who wears the ugly shoes, you know, but that's their opinion. You know what I mean? We all have that, you know, but it's really important that you stay the course, you know, and you do what you feel is the right things to do. I heard you even discussing, you know, your decision making. When I think about those negative things in my head, I try to counteract those things and say, this is the decision that I need to make because that other decision is wrong. And you need to apply all the things that you've learned while you've been in prison to your life outside. And I really do believe that you'll be successful. Don't be deterred. It is not going to be, it's not life the way you previously knew it. And thank God for that, because you were out there being a menace. But, you know, I really do hope that you can take this as a lesson and just keep moving forward. And I appreciate the work that you've done with the youth, and I hope that you do continue, you know, working with them. Did you see any of yourself in any of those kids? I mean,
I've seen some of the naiveness And when you look at the age and you look in their eyes and you're trying to tell them it and they're looking at you like, I hear you, but do I believe you? Or I hear you, but do I believe it's really like that?
Right.
And being able to tell them like, it's really like that. And please take this into hindsight and just please think about what I'm telling you, because I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I hope, well, you know what? Hopefully you got through to one of them or two of them even. So just keep sending it, putting out that message, and hopefully it'll register with someone. All right. I appreciate your efforts, sir. Good luck to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I believe we have the Office of Victim Services with us. Ms. Hamlet-Williams, can you please confirm the status of victim outreach?
Hi, good morning, panel. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not get an opportunity to speak with anyone in the family. I have left several messages and I have not heard back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This time, the attorneys will be afforded the opportunity to make a statement. We will turn it over to the state's attorney. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes, thank you very much. I first of all just want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to address you and to raise a couple of the state's concerns. But at least initially, I do want to commend Mr. Green for his insight, for the fact that he is apparently finally taking responsibility for his participation in that and the maturity that he has shown. I do not believe I was part of the initial Board of Pardons. I may be mistaken with that, but the insight and the maturity are to be commended. I guess my point here is really to speak on behalf of the state and the purposes behind the statute and the charges that Mr. Green was convicted of, or the charge that Mr. Green was convicted of. It was a felony murder, and it's one of, if not one of the most serious charges in our statutes, and the severity of it can be determined by the penalties that the legislature has imposed, a minimum of 25 and a maximum of 60 years. And I want to make sure that the board, and I know that I'm stating the obvious, but I want to make sure that they don't forget the gravity of this situation, the gravity of the crime, the not only horrible nature of the crime, but also the senselessness of the crime. I believe Ms. Turner may have mentioned that it has adversely affected and altered the trajectory of the victim's father, but it was the victim, Kyle himself, who would pay the ultimate price with this. The legislature has deemed this type of conduct being so severe that the minimum amount of time that somebody should be incarcerated is 25 years and the maximum is 60 years. I know in looking at the pre-sentence investigation and our notes that Mr. Green's youth was taken into consideration when there was a plea agreement at the very bottom end of the prescribed statutory penalties. And I just wanted to highlight that, if nothing else. That being said, again, I started by commending Mr. Green. I think I should finish up by commending him for the maturity that he has shown while incarcerated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Narducci.
We will now turn it over to the public defender. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Thank you to Attorney Narducci and the board, as well as Parole and Victim Services, for putting time and effort into preparing for this hearing. I would say each case that the board hears is unique. Each petitioner, each crime, each victim. I think the board does a good job of really drilling down into the unique facets of each case, the distinctive circumstances. I think, forgiveness and accountability have been essential threads of this case and have surfaced from the last hearing and today. After a good deal of discussion, this board previously found, I think, a consensus as to this importance of a balance between forgiveness and accountability for Mr. Green. I do believe he's taken full accountability, and I think he does. He is very honest in talking about how it hangs on him, how he carries the guilt of what his actions caused, the death of another person, and the irrevocable changes to the affected family members' lives, namely the victim's sister, Mrs. Beswick, who spoke very eloquently last time. I think Mrs. Board Member Chance put it best last time. Forgiveness is extremely important. The board issued Mr. Green a challenge. I don't think he ever expected to have that challenge, forgive yourself. But I think the board was right in putting this issue front and center. Guilt can be a real anchor that drags a person down and can be an impediment to reentry. I believe that after 2 years, Mr. Green has found an appropriate way to carry his guilt for participating in a crime that took someone's life. He's able to mentally move forward in a positive way through the power and grace of forgiveness. I think he was given an unexpected gift by Ms. Beswick, whose thoughtful words and, in her words, forgiveness in her heart have helped Mr. Green rethink and better understand himself. I believe that he has a well-thought reentry plan. I think he also has the emotional skills and maturity to succeed on the outside, as well as a healthy support system. He has a deep drive to help others. You've seen that through both letters for his time working in the facility and also speaking to children. I think also that he has a real drive to seek an education and to make good on wanting to help even just one child avoid a similar kind of path that he went down. Ultimately, I think he has a lot to offer our state, and I think he has the motivation to make good on those goals if given the opportunity. I had some highlights to note of what he's done inside. I think the board really has covered all of that. I will conclude with the factors here. I think Mr. Green is a very good candidate under the line of cases Miller-Graham that's given rise to our process, our 1584 process here in Connecticut. I think he has a reasonable probability that he will live and remain at liberty, as evidenced by his solid reentry plan, his detailed short, middle, and long-term life goals, as well as a long list of prison programming he's completed both up to the last hearing and since the last hearing. I think he's also demonstrated consistent responsibility through work, education, and building staff trust, which you can see in some of the letters I submitted. I believe that the benefits to society of his release would substantially outweigh the benefits for him staying inside. He's a healthy, relatively young man. He's very driven to both make a productive living and help his community. He also has a good faculty for education. I submitted some of his writing samples to try to get a sense of that for the board. And he also has a desire to apply that education when he gets it to benefit his community. He also has a very unique life experiences and a desire to use these, to leverage these to help kids. I think he's very approachable in a way that I would not be able to relate. I've had the benefit and privilege of many things that Mr. Green has not. He has this unique life experience and he wants to put it to good use. And he's demonstrated that he can do it. I did also submit some letters noting that he's the go-to person for speaking to youth in the facility. And I think that'll carry over if he is released. Thirdly, I think he's also demonstrated substantial rehabilitation since the date of the crime. He's trusted and a go-to by prison staff. He's put in the work to rehabilitate himself. And I think through the help of the board and counseling, been able to find self-forgiveness, which is that crucial piece to being able to move forward in his life. I would also just read a brief excerpt from a letter that was submitted February 21st by Lieutenant Sosa Quinn. Just a small excerpt. Inmate Green maintains a positive attitude, displays respect, and remains committed to change and mentorship, remaining disciplinary free. Inmate Green takes responsibility for his actions as a young and immature person and has used his incarceration time here to better himself. It is without question that if given an opportunity, Inmate Green will continue his motivation and passion to become a positive and motivated role model who will thrive for and in his community. I stand by those words, and I'm excited to see what he can do for the world and believe that the factors here and statutes are met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Hopkins. Okay, Mr. Green, at this point, the panel will enter into deliberation to discuss your case, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Turner.
So, as the state's attorney pointed out, we don't get much more serious in terms of crimes committed in our state than felony murder. He was afforded a 25-year sentence, the lowest of the possible range, as the attorney pointed out. And in the ensuing years of incarceration, Mr. Green has embarked on what we typically as a board look to in terms of determining someone's suitability between the educational achievements, getting his high school diploma back in 2009, continuing on with college courses, the jobs that he's held in the facility, which have taught him work ethic and basic skill sets and accountability, as well as the programs. And like I said, I was kind of blown away when I read the original report from the parole officer that he actually found additional programs to take and has shared with us how he benefited from them. And I think how it will support his long-term goal of continuing to be an effective intervention with youth in our communities. So that and his remaining disciplinary report free since 2019 are all really strong indications that he has prepared himself adequately to be successful. He's a moderate risk to reoffend, and we are looking at granting just a little under 8 years of support out in the community, which for someone who came in as young and misguided as he did, I think the structure and support of parole as he navigates this new world, both of adulthood and the changes in our society from technology to politics, et cetera. So, and I, again, commend him for his interest in the support of a halfway house. So all of that is to say that I am in support of granting Mr. Green early release to discretionary parole.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Yeah, and it's obvious to me that Mr. Green is not the same 17-year-old who came in here after committing this horrible offense. I think we all agree. I do find his remorse to be genuine, and I do see maturity and growth in him. 25 years, I mean, it is on the lighter end for a sentence like this, but it's the reason we have Public Act 1584. And as his public defender pointed out, he does clearly meet the criteria set forth in the Public Act. I think there is a reasonable probability that he'll remain at liberty and not commit further crimes. And I do think he has the ability to give back if he chooses, and I believe that he wants to. The rehabilitation is certainly there. I think he's done everything he can and gone above and beyond. And it's been throughout, this isn't something that just started. It's been a journey for him.
Right, because sometimes we see it and it seems like once the act passed, then people dig in and get busy, right, working on themselves. But this is a different situation entirely.
It really is. Anyhow, he's got a lot of support. We received a lot of letters from his family members, counselors, even a high school teacher. And I think we won't see Mr. Green back here. And there really is nothing more for him to do during this incarceration. So I too would support grant of parole today. Ms. Berry.
Thank you. One of the interesting things about Mr. Green's release plan was I really think that he covered a tremendous amount of ground. He understands that mental health is going to play a role in his transition from the facility out into the community. So he provided, information of where he will go. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting was the justice study that he said that he'd be compensated for, that he wanted to participate in. And I mean, it's still, that's another way, even though he'll be compensated, it's still another way of giving back, by gaining a better understanding, allowing the community to have access to that. So I mean, as you said, he does have the community support. He appears to have a valid release plan. He's done exactly what we would like to see anyone in his position to have done. And so for those reasons, I to support discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, what do you have for conditions?
Halfway house.
Yep.
No contact with his 3 co-defendants.
Yep.
Uh,
Well, one I would do without PO's permission.
Exactly.
Family. Yep,
Separate.
okay.
A general no contact with the family
Right.
of the deceased.
Do you have 3 people?
And a stay away from the Seaport Marina in Mystic.
Show a general no contact. Okay, in the matter of Vincent Green, inmate number 362937, I'll move to grant parole effective March 7th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. No contact with the family members of the victim, initials KR, CS, or AT. No contact with your co-defendants, Brian Sutton, Christopher Allen, and no contact with co-defendant Bruce Safe. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. I'm sorry. Without their parole officer's permission. You'll parole to a halfway house and a general no contact with the Seaport Marina in Mystic. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Green, do you understand? You'll get
Yes,
all of
ma'am.
this in writing with more explanation, of course, but you've done well. We certainly hope to see you go out there and do positive things in your community. And we wish you the best. Thank you to everyone for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
for your
much.
time.
Thank you for your time.
This concludes the 1584 hearing for Vincent Green. It is 10:04 a.m.
You want to go into
Okay, so our next case begins at 10:30. We'll be back at 10:30.
Question for you.
item 2?
So I have the victim's father as
Okay, we're back on the record with Vincent Green, 362937. I'm just going to amend. I had one of the victim's initials wrong. The victim's family members. So the victim's family members are initials RSCSAT. Thank you. Hi, Kristen, can you take the recess sign away, please? Thank you.
In regard to the Cheshire hearing, we are waiting for the facility to connect. Everyone, please stay connected. Hopefully, we'll be starting shortly.
Hi. Who's the
Good
inmate that you
morning.
guys, morning, who's the inmate that you guys are looking for?
Ramirez, 395-107.
Okay, thank you. We're having a little technical difficulties today, but I'm gonna try and get it settled for you. One moment.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm gonna sit right. No, I'm gonna sit over here. No, you were sitting there.
Good morning, Mr. Ramirez.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, March 7th, 2025, and this is a Public Act 1584 hearing with the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Mr. Ramirez, for the record, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2015, Public Act 1584, an act concerning lengthy sentences for crimes committed by a child or youth and the sentencing of a child or youth convicted of certain felony offenses. You fall under this act, and basically this means that you were under the age of 18, and that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing youth pursuitability today. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Also in attendance this morning is the public defender. Can you please state your name, juris number, and business address?
Good morning, Marissa Wheeler. My address number is 443958. Business address is Hartford Superior Court, 101 Lafayette Street, Hartford, Connecticut.
Thank you. Also in attendance is the state's attorney. Please state your name, juris number, and business address.
Oh, I'm a public defender social worker. My name is Brian. Last name Habif, 101 Lafayette Street, Hartford, Connecticut.
What's his name again?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, could you just repeat your name again, sir?
Yeah, it's Brian Habif. I'm a public defender social worker.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Also in attendance is the state's attorney. Please state your name, juris number, and business address.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Platt. I'm the state's attorney for the Judicial District of Waterbury. With this body's permission, I would ask that an attorney in my office seated next to me, Ryan Polak, who's an attorney with my office, be permitted to speak on behalf of the state in this matter.
That's fine. Can you spell his last name?
My last name is Pollock, Pawlak, juris number 446578. Business address is 400 Grand Street in Waterbury.
Thank you. Also present today is victim advocate Hamlet Williams. Mr. Ramirez, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
William Ramirez, inmate number 395-107.
This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Ramirez, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time.
No questions at this time.
Again, this is a public hearing. Do you have any questions and are you willing to proceed at this time?
No questions at this time, and I am willing to proceed.
This 1584 hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Ramirez. I'm going to list his sentences, each sentence and each time. Mr. Ramirez is serving 20 years executed suspended after 15 years, followed by 5 years probation for manslaughter first. The following sentences are running concurrent to the 15-year sentence, and they are 15 years for conspiracy to commit robbery first, 10 years for robbery second, and 10 years for conspiracy to commit robbery second. He has a 10-year suspended sentence for robbery first, which is running consecutive to his present sentence. The total effective sentence is 30 years, executed suspended after 15 years, followed by 5 years probation. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows Mr. Ramirez has completed tier 2, people empowering people, unlock your thinking, 7 challenges, voices, good intentions, bad choices, alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, anger management. He is housed in the True unit and has completed several programs within that unit. He has completed Smart Recovery, the Young Men's Group. He is enrolled in college. He is OSHA 10 certified, and he works in the sign shop. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Ramirez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. First and foremost, I would like to start this letter by extending my gratitude for affording me this opportunity to set forth this letter to the board. I would like to start out by saying that the mistakes I have made throughout the course of my life have become lessons for growth. And I'm genuinely sorry for the painful experience that I have put my victim's family through and for taking away the person that they love most. My regrets are plenty and my remorse is heavy, and these traces of the past keep me attentive to my present situation and what I must do to become and stay well for all of society. I have spent countless of hours reflecting on my mistakes and the consequences they have wrought, not only on my life, but more importantly on theirs. At the time of my crime, I was not fully aware of the depth of pain my actions could cause, nor was I willing to accept any type of responsibility or accountability towards myself or others. However, this does not excuse my behavior, nor does it diminish the severity of my wrongdoing. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not left to reflect upon the crimes that I committed. How did I find myself in a situation that caused the death of another human being? Why did I make the decisions that I made on that tragic day? How, if ever, can I make amends for the loss of life? These questions are no doubt painful. Nevertheless, they compel me to daily attend to my transformation. On August 9th, 2013, I committed a tragic crime of a brutal robbery, assault, and death that forever changed the course of Mr. Negron's life, his family's life, and my own. At around 10 or 11 p.m. at night, I remember smoking and getting high with my friend Kevin on Central Ave in Waterbury, Connecticut. As we sat there, the irrational idea of robbing someone came to my mind. I was seeking a way to continue to increase my reputation in the streets and prove myself without realizing the tragic outcome that was to come from my poor decision that night. I told Kevin that we should go find someone who we could make a come up on, and shortly after, we left. As we were walking around through the night, we ended up by the Bishop, Adams, and Grove Street area where I noticed 2 people walking in front of us, Mr. Negron and his girlfriend at the time. I told Kevin that I was going to ask Mr. Negron for some change, which meant that I was going to rob him. As I got closer to Mr. Negron and his girlfriend, I ran up to them and stopped them. I asked him for some change. Mr. Negron told me that he had nothing to spare for me, and in that moment, my immature, impulsive, and cowardly 17-year-old mindset kicked in. I felt like he gave me an attitude, and I didn't like a response of denying me anything. I wanted to prove to Kevin that I don't tolerate disrespect, and in that instant, it wasn't about just getting the money anymore. It was about my reputation in the streets. I punched Mr. Negron in the face one time, and then he fell to the ground. Shortly after he fell, he curled himself into a ball trying to cover his face and head. He yelled, all right, and he was willing to give me anything he had. However, I still kept punching him in the face and head about 3 or 4 more times with such anger and aggression, and I also kicked him multiple times around the head area, stomach, and back. Never did I once consider his plea or even the possibility of the initial impact that I would leave behind on him and his family. I didn't think much of the situation at all. After I brutally assaulted Mr. Negron, I aggressively went into his pockets, took some money and cigarettes, and then I ran. After I got away, I didn't think much about the brutal assault and robbery I just committed on Mr. Negron. I didn't think about his injuries, his emotions, his traumatizing experience, or even the possibility of him eventually losing his life. My arrogant self just thought about my reputation and my worth to the streets. I didn't feel no emotions of sympathy or empathy. I didn't feel nothing at all. What I did was a cowardly act of selfish. I worried about what others thought about me, and it led to an innocent man losing his life and me making the worst decision of my life this very night. To Mr. Negron's family, I've come to understand the gravity of my past actions and my involvement in the tragic death of someone meaningful to you, and the constant impact that this has had all on you as a family. I never recognized how one decision could have such a strong bearing effect. I understand that justice has to be served and that I must be punished for my crimes, because nothing can compensate for the unbearable pain that I have caused and you as a family has had to endure throughout the years. I took away the opportunity for you all to have a father figure, a brother, a partner in all of your lives, and the opportunity to continue to create wonderful memories as a family together. I've come to realize how my actions of the past has caused much turmoil in your lives, and if I could go back in time and change the ways of my actions, I would do it without any hesitation. Throughout the sequence of my incarceration, I have come and learned how to be a responsible man, and I take full responsibility for my actions. I can only hope that you can see that deep down within my heart lies a genuine sense of contrition and remorse, and I pray that the Lord may help us make amends and that he may open your hearts to genuinely see my keenest sense of repentance and sorrows. My hopes are that my capacity for change will be recognized by all of you, the family, and I'm ready to prove to you and the community that I can be a productive and successful member of society. I was born on November 22nd, 1995 in Ponce, Puerto Rico, and I have 2 sisters, a little brother, and 2 nieces. As far as I can remember, I lived in Puerto Rico until I was about 3 years old, and then my mother moved to Connecticut. Being raised in the project of Northwood in Waterbury, Connecticut, I was exposed and observed many tumultuous events throughout my childhood. I witnessed violence, drug use, domestic violence, gang activity, my mother's struggle with mental health issues, and other illegal activities between my household and the outside world. My mother was left alone to raise me, my 2 sisters, and my little brother all by herself. I always remember telling her how much I just wanted her to unite with my father once again after his arrest. But my dreams as a child for a unified household of both parents never became a reality. My mother and my siblings are very special people to me. Seeing how much pain I have caused them due to me being incarcerated made me realize how bad my decisions in life has affected the people that love and care about me. They all look up to me, and I just want to be a positive and influential role model for them. I was never there for them the way that they wanted me to be, and it hurts because I realize now how much they really love me. I want to be able to show how much I have grown and changed since that fateful day of my crime. And if afforded the opportunity to show how far I have come through this journey, I will most certainly demonstrate my change from the young, naive boy that I used to be to the responsible man that I have grown to be. When I was a child of around 7 and 8 years old, I witnessed my father being arrested for drug-related charges in 2003. He was sentenced to 78 months in prison. As a young child witnessing my father's arrest, I didn't realize how that one moment would affect the whole course of my life. I was too young to understand these sequence of events at that very moment. My father was my role model, and without his presence in the household, there wasn't any room for a stable family structure. I always wanted to do everything with him, like help him fix cars because he was a mechanic, go on joy rides with him, go to the parks, go shopping, play video games, and more. And although I never really got to experience all these things with him all the time, I would still be very happy and ecstatic when I finally did get to have those good moments because I loved him and he was my hero. Something that I came to realize as I got older about my childhood was that I never had the emotional support that I needed as a child. Part of my family dynamics growing up included uninvolved, which relates to the minimal emotion or practical involvement in the children's lives. In a situation like this, family members are neglected by a member that is either not present or is physically present, but does not give them the attention that they seek and pray for. That's how it was for me. Although I mostly got anything I wanted from my father, he wasn't always present all the time because he would barely be home at times due to his illegal activities. His inability to not be emotionally involved and show me how to do the right things was a big missing piece for me, and it was something that I know I needed and craved for. After my father's arrest, he did not participate in my life as much, and that affected me very badly. I hardly ever saw him, and I hated going to see him in prison when I was young. I started to struggle within the household, and I started dealing with my own mental health issues and substance abuse problems from a young age up until the tragic crime that I committed. I started struggling in school, and I required special education classes and individualized plans, but these methods were of no avail. I was required to be involved in many different treatment programs for substance abuse and mental health through both juvenile probation and parole. It was essential for me to attend various treatments between my childhood years that included Children's Center of Hamden, Wellpath, and Rushford Academy. During those months between the ages of 13 through 17, I was always in and out of different institutions. I was very problematic, impulsive, defiant, and part of the Department of Children and Families. These programs were in play to help me. However, it was something that I couldn't see when I was younger, and I never took advantage of the opportunities. I always used to feel lost and not loved for as a kid, and I even at times contemplated suicide. I felt like life was just not worth living. I even attempted one time when I was 11 to jump from a third-story window. I was upset because I couldn't see or have a relationship with my father. I was always acting out and seeking attention because I wanted to be accepted and loved by others. As I grew older, I would always attempt to try and fill that empty space within myself by surrounding myself around negative peers and environments that made me feel accepted. And it's part of the reason why I found myself incarcerated at this very moment. I lacked the ability to be responsible for my own actions, think for myself, be a leader, and more. I was a follower, and this led to me making many bad decisions that I refused to take responsibility for before, and that I now take full responsibility for now. As the years went by, I felt a lot of anger and hatred towards my father. I couldn't understand why he never made a good effort to remain present in my life after his post-conviction. He barely made an effort to spend any time with me, and he later ended up being addicted to hardcore drugs such as cocaine and heroin. On a few occasions, I would see him after his release, and I would witness him being high. This hurt me a lot because it was part of the reason why he wasn't at all involved in my life anymore like I wanted him to be. I wanted him to be a father to me, and I just wanted him to give me the familiar love that I so desperately needed as a child. And him being addicted to drugs caused a separation between us. I remember having feelings of not being good enough, of thinking what was wrong with me, of not having the fatherly love that I so desperately needed and wanted. I never wanted to forgive him for not being there for me growing up, and this in turn left me to experience emotions of bitterness and resentment towards everything. I always felt like I wasn't good enough, and this affected me so much that in the long run, it also ended up affecting my community and other people around me. I couldn't realize how my lack of guidance, development, anger, and hatred that I was experiencing at such a young age soon began to manifest itself through my impulsive and irrational actions that I was exhibiting as I grew older. During the beginning years of my incarceration at NYI, between 2013 to 2016, I was in a really dark place within myself. I didn't want to do anything with my life because I felt like my life was over due to the impactful crime that I had just committed. I didn't want to be involved with programs, jobs, schooling, counseling, or anything of such sorts. I would often refuse these services available to me, although I would only go on a few occasions. I just wanted to just breeze by and do my time the way that I wanted to do it, which is very unproductive. I was just consuming my time with gambling, playing video games, playing sports, watching TV, etc. I would do these things to keep my mind occupied from focusing on my current situation at the moment. From 2014 to 2016, I had a couple of jobs and was sanctioned with 4 tickets. I was a detail worker in the housing unit I was in for about a few months until I quit because I just didn't have the motivation to work as much. I then became a main kitchen worker, and after a few months, I got fired because I received an out-of-place ticket for talking through a window into another housing unit. My first ticket was for destruction of property on February 2014 for having a clothesline from a ripped bedsheet. My second one was for fighting on December 2014, in which I remained in segregation for 7 days. My third one was an out-of-place on November 2015 for talking into another unit through the window. And my last ticket was on February 2016 for a refusal of a program. Ever since then, I have been cleared from any other sanctions. In the year 2016, after my last ticket, I really started getting serious about my life. I came to accept the reality of my situation, and I wanted to make the most out of it. I was able to reach this point in my life because I had people that never gave up on me, and they kept pushing me to be better towards making a change. I had a school counselor called Ms. Capobianco and a special ed teacher called Ms. Sears, who helped motivate me to get my GED and pursue education. At first, I struggled because I didn't believe in myself. However, they believed in me. I remember those times when they would sit me down and tell me that they weren't going to let me sign out of school because I was capable of so much success. They pushed me to be resilient and not give up on my future. They showed me that they cared for me and my future. This made me feel important because I never really had much of that growing up. Shortly after, I started going to school more and attended all of my OAP programs that I needed to complete. I started to pursue education and promised myself that I would take all 4 GED tests one time without any retakes, and I was ready for the challenge that was ahead of me. I spent countless days and nights going to school, learning and studying in myself. And when the time came, the hard work paid off because I passed every test the very first try. After I completed all of my tests, I was eligible for a graduation ceremony in 2017. And this day was very special to me because I accomplished something good in my life. This was my first initial step into a brighter future. It felt good walking across the stage and receiving my GED diploma in front of my family and the people that helped me in my educational success. There was no limit to what I could achieve anymore, and I never looked back since that day. Shortly after, I got another job as a detail worker in another housing unit I was in. I started attending culinary arts as a vocational, doing more programs, and I continued on the path of education and work. Soon after, I was then transferred from MOI to Cheshire CI because I was selected to be a part of the TRUE program on October 2nd, 2017. I have been fortunate enough to participate in the TRUE program, which stands for Truthfulness, Respectfulness, Understanding, and Elevating. I've been part of this 18 to 25-year-old program in the Cheshire facility since October 2nd, 2017, and I've been blessed to be afforded the opportunity to start off as a mentee, then into a junior mentor, and now into a full-time mentor. This program has been instrumental in my process of rehabilitation. Truthfulness and empathy within the TRUE program as a whole has particularly been transformative for me. It has allowed me to understand and feel the depth of the distress I caused, and it is a lesson I will carry forward in my life. Respect is another cornerstone of the TRUE program. I've learned to respect not only the rules and norms of society, but also the intrinsic value of every individual. This taught me to appreciate the rights and feelings of others, which I overlooked at the time of my crime. Understanding and elevating are about recognizing one's fault and constantly striving to be better. I was encouraged to continually seek knowledge and self-improvement. When I first arrived in this program, I started off as a mentee with 9 other guys. There was 10 in total. We had 2 mentors assigned to us, and we were the 5th group to arrive in the TRUE program. We were known as E Group. God in this program has helped me find my true potential and purpose of a writer and mentor. And while in this program, the staff, mentors, and myself have worked endlessly to ensure that I have a bright future for myself outside these prison walls. Every day that I remain incarcerated reminds me of what it means to appreciate life and others around me. A big moment in my life was in the year of 2018 while in this program. As a young man of 23 years old, through the strength of the Lord and my mom, I was able to finally muster up the courage within myself to reach out to my father and have a conversation with him in my childhood and the reason for his absence. I remember feeling a sense of relief after the conversation I had with my father. And from thereafter, I really started to understand what it meant to truly forgive, let go, and start over. My father told me things about his childhood that made me understand him better and the decisions he made. His sense of motherlessness, violence, poverty, addiction with drugs were all factors that contributed to his poor decision-making throughout the course of his life as well. It wasn't that he didn't love me. It was just that he was so caught up in his own pain and trauma that he didn't know how to express love to me in a healthy manner as his child. Neither did he understand what love itself entailed. Through those experiences, I've been able to learn many valuable lessons in life that have made me see things from a more positive angle. I have learned how to be vulnerable and embrace my feelings as a man and not a young boy. I've learned the value of education, forgiveness, freedom, good decision-making, family, community, humanity, and more. Throughout my time in prison, I've wished that it didn't take my crime and incarceration to be able to get me to understand things more clearly about life the way that I do. However, these experiences in my life has made me the man that I am today, and it has made me aware of never putting others or my community as a whole in harm's way ever again. And I thank the Lord for always watching over me and guiding my every step throughout this journey. I have engaged in numerous workshops and programming focusing on empathy, conflict resolution, and accountability. One of the programs that has helped me with my change is called Reflections. Reflections contain a lot of useful information that has helped me realize the importance of life, and it taught me how to be more cognizant when it comes to my thoughts, decisions, and feelings of others. The most important session for me in this program was session 10. Session 10 was about accepting your past and changing your future. I learned that accepting my past means accepting myself for who I am. I learned that I can never change my past, but accepting it for what it is will prevent me from looking in the rearview mirror while trying to move forward in my life. This will in turn allow me to focus on all the endless possibilities ahead as I'm envisioning my future and selecting the best road to get there. There's 3 things that I needed to do. First, I needed to identify the areas in my life that were in need of change. Second, I needed to have a vision in my mind of what change looks like. And third, I needed to know how do I make the transformation from where I used to be, where I am now, and where I desire to be. Another program that has taught me some things about myself was anger management. Anger management has taught me how to be aware of my triggers, along with teaching me steps that I could take to control my anger. It's taught me how to channel my anger to something positive, such as writing poetry and talking about my feelings in a proper manner rather than being impulsive. I was able to learn that anger is a second emotion, and it's important to learn how to keep it under control. I learned about different coping mechanisms, such as taking deep breaths, meditation, exercise, listening to music, or talking to someone you trust. I practice these things every single day that I remain incarcerated, and I can honestly say that they work. Voices was also a very profound program that helped me understand the impact of my crime on the victim as well as the community. I was able to learn how to describe victims of crimes and learn about the high rate of crime through statistical analysis. I was also able to understand what these crimes entailed, discuss the long and short-term effects on victims, as well as acknowledging the impact left on loved ones and community. This program sat well for me in many ways because it helped me reflect on my crime from which I am incarcerated. It helped me view the impact that poor decisions can have not just on yourself, but also on the community and the lives of others. Understanding how I've impacted others outside of myself through the decisions that I've made gave me a crucial sense of awareness that I needed in order to help me navigate through life accordingly. These sessions have taught me to recognize the impact of my actions and have given me the tools to think before I act. Conflict resolution was also another program that helped further equip my conflict management skills as well. I was able to acquire a sense of awareness about intergroup behavior, and I was able to learn how to identify factors that contribute to conflict situations in everyday life and recognize symptoms of conflict. I learned how to be able to identify the 5 stages of conflict, which are latent, perceived, felt, manifest, and conflict outcome. I was able to see how these conflicts has played a part in my life in the past, present, and my future. I was able to acquire an understanding that there is always a potential for conflict at any given moment, and how important it is to become aware of a problem at hand and understand the incompatibilities in an attempt to reach a good solution. I was able to learn how to be aware of my emotions in a current situation and tackle them in a positive manner by having a balanced view of the situation and finding ways to make more collaborative efforts. I was able to develop the ability to use interpersonal conflict styles correctly to differentiate between functional and dysfunctional conflict. And by recognizing conflict early before frustration occurs, one can achieve a positive collaboration that can lead to win-win situations. I've taken the liberty to extend my knowledge of life and education within these prison walls. I've been blessed and provided with the opportunity to become close to the Lord, be educated, seek counseling, and more. I've accomplished many things, such as receiving my GED, finding my career path, which lies in mentoring, interest in being an electrician or HVAC technician, writing poetry, which has led to my first completed book called Love, Dreams, and Heartbreaks, which is now available on Amazon, and my involvement as a student in the Wesleyan Middlesex College program, in which I've had the privilege in earning an associate's degree in general studies science. I also created my own program called Building and Restoring Relationships Through Love and Communication that I facilitate. And upon release, I would like to facilitate this program in my community. I successfully completed all of my DOC programming up to date, such as anger management, good intentions, bad choices, tier 2, voices, conflict resolution, and more. I participated in many jobs within the Department of Corrections. Such jobs consisted of me being a detail worker, commercial cleaning worker, commissary worker, administration worker, cleaning the offices of warden, deputy warden, and mental health workers, and I am now currently employed as a machine operator in the market shop industries that consists of making Connecticut license plates. I have been in the market shop industry for 3.5 years now, and I enjoy working hard, doing the right thing, staying focused, and mentoring others. I'm dedicated to becoming a better person every day, not just for my sake, but for the sake of the community and everyone around me. I understand that my journey of redemption is long and ongoing, and I'm committed to making the most of the second chance. I know that words alone cannot undo the harm I've caused. My actions moving forward will speak louder than any letter can. However, I hope that through this letter, you can see my deep remorse and my commitment to change. As I continue on this path of rehabilitation and reintegration into society, I remain fully aware of the responsibilities that lie ahead. It is a path I choose to walk with humility and a deep commitment to proving that I have changed. I understand that rebuilding trust takes time and consistent effort, and I'm prepared to put in the work required. Part of my commitment to change involves ongoing involvement with attending church services with my family, community services, and support groups such as Community Partners in Actions in Hartford, Connecticut, CCAR and CCAR, Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. CCAR has assigned me a recovery coach, and her name is Ana Maria Isaza. And since being in contact with her, she has been of great help and has offered to help with jobs, training, housing, and other resources upon reentry. The workplace is another reentry resource that I will also take advantage of as well, and is located throughout Connecticut, but mainly Bridgeport, Connecticut. And I will be in touch with the American Job Centers as well. I intend to go to Lincoln Tech in New Britain, Connecticut for a trade in electrical work or HVAC. Having my associate's degree before my release will qualify me to automatically be admitted into the electrical trade class because I will have a degree from an accredited institution, which means that I won't have to take the admissions test because my degree will automatically qualify me. This was also a big reason why I took advantage of being enrolled in Wesleyan Middlesex College courses. I also plan to continue my engagement with programs similar to the TRUE program even after my release. Engaging with these groups not only helps me to stay on a path of personal growth and accountability, but allows me to contribute to the community in a positive way. I want to help others avoid mistakes I've made, and I believe that by sharing my journey, I can deter others from following a similar path. I also want to give back to the community directly affected by my actions, whether it's through more volunteer work, community service, book publishing, or public speaking engagements about the importance of decision-making and second chances, which I'm highly interested in doing once I'm released. I'm committed to making a tangible, positive impact. In conclusion, this letter of apology is just one step in my long journey towards making amends. I'm committed to living out my apology through my actions every day. I'm fully aware that my future actions must demonstrate my remorse and my dedication to being a better member of society. Once again, I deeply regret the pain and trouble I've caused. Thank you for considering my apology and for your potential role in helping me navigate this path to a better and more responsible life. Sincerely, William Ramirez.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, thank you for that statement. We did have much of that information. It was sent to us already, but we certainly appreciate your input and putting it all on the record for us. This panel has reviewed your file extensively in addition to correspondence from Attorney Wheeler and social worker Habif, did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Habif. Okay. So we're very familiar with your case. We do have some questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services and any input that they have. And then your attorney and the state's attorney will have the opportunity to speak. We'll deliberate and make our decision here today. Okay?
Okay.
You ended your statement with, I believe, thank you for accepting my apology. That's not our job here. I don't know who that was directed to. I'm not sure the victim, well, the surviving victim or the victim's family would accept your apology. That's not our role here. Our role here is to determine whether you're suitable for release at this time, given Public Act 1584. And I'm not sure, you did have 2 robbery victims. I'm not sure you mentioned the other one. But you know, both were just very difficult to read about, if I'm being honest, Mr. Ramirez. These were just unwarranted acts of violence on perfect strangers. And I can't imagine what the victim who died as a result and his family went through. Not sure if you're aware of the details of exactly what happened to him, but this went on for some time, and he really suffered, you know, before he passed, and there was probably a time when he and his family thought they were going to be okay. But for me, it was just hard to imagine in reading this, just the lack of caring for a human life, what you did to him, that, you know. And you spelled out some of the details yourself, but can't imagine not for 1 second feeling bad when you were committing these crimes. So definitely feel for the victims and the victim's family in this case. You were 17 years old at the time, so I understand, and you've explained, and we read about some of your history and where you were in that period of your life. You mentioned your co-defendant, Kevin. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, you only knew him for a few weeks?
Yes, that's correct.
And how did you meet?
Mutual friends, where we used to hang out at.
Okay. So in your explanation of the offense, your detailing of it, you really portrayed yourself as the primary aggressor. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So how did he get more time than you then?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, could be that they considered your age at the time of sentencing, and Kevin is 3 years older than you. So he was 20 years old when you were 17 at the time of this offense. I'm sorry.
We have information that Mr. Ramirez helped the prosecution of the co-defendant that they might otherwise not have.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay. So 15 years really is a light sentence, right? For a loss of life. In addition to that, you're earning what, 4 days a month for credit time?
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah. But anyhow, so 1584 brings us here today. You certainly have taken advantage of all of your time in the facility, and you described all the things that you learned from your programming. One of my biggest questions was when exactly you turned it all around in your mind, and I think you spelled that out for us as well. We can see the turning point, and of course, you haven't had any disciplinary reports since 2016. You were still very young, so I'm curious to know how and why you decided to mentor and become part of the True Unit.
So when I first came into the program, my mentors, I was looking up to them, and they showed me.
I'm going to back up a little. How did you even learn of the program and decide to? You have to apply to get into that program, right?
Yes.
Okay, how'd that happen?
I was in MYI, and the counselor at the time that was there, she was coming up to do a tour in the True program, and she was telling us about it. And And I felt like that was a good opportunity for me at the time because I was already on that path. I had just gotten my GED. I started to turn my life around at that time, and I wanted to take more advantage of that. And so I asked her, I was like, you know, when you go up there, would you mind having a conversation with, you know, with the people up there and, you know, how the application process worked? I wanted to learn more about it because I wanted to continue on the path of growth and development and change. And when she came back, she had an application for me, for a few of us, and I signed it out and I filled it out and then I gave it to her and then I had to wait the process. And then on October 2nd, 2017, it probably took maybe a few months that I had to wait. And then I got accepted into the TRUE program. So that's how that process went. And then that's when I went there on October 2nd, 2017.
Okay. So you were transferred specifically to enter the TRUE unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. And how many people are in the TRUE unit now?
Oh, it's a lot because we have two sides. So we have North 5 and North 6. So maybe around 100, around there maybe.
100. How many do you mentor?
I have a group of 4 individuals. It started off with 10 individuals. So as mentors, we get our selective group that we get to be a part of. And right now we have 4 individuals because certain individuals go home or they don't, or things happen within the program and stuff like that. So they get removed for whatever reason. But as of right now, I have 4 individuals. I have a called W group, and I have 4 individuals that I mentor, along with another mentor.
Okay. Within the TRUE unit, how often would you say fights break out?
No fights at all.
Just
no fights.
You've never seen a fight? What about conflict, arguments?
Yes, there are conflicts, there are arguments, and we have these things called conflict circles. And I'm a mediator of a conflict circle. So my job is when a conflict happens, we take these guys to like a back room and we record them. And we have like 2 staff members there, the individuals involved in the conflict, and then you have the mediator, the liaison who interferes to the conflict. And the whole process is we try to get to the root of the conflict and why individuals feel the way that they feel. So one individual will speak and they'll say how they feel about the situation. Then another individual will speak and they say how they feel about their situation. And whoever was involved in the conflict needs to be present. And then at the end, after everybody says what they need to say and the mediator gets involved and try to understand what happened with the whole situation, then at the end they come to an agreement as to how they're going to be able to function in the community that they're in. Because eventually after that, they have to deal with each other because they got to deal with being in programs together, doing events together, doing different activities. And so after that, then we come to a conclusion and then they agree upon, well, you know, I'm gonna go about it this way. We're gonna go about it this way. And most times it ends up very well. You know, they shake hands, they hug each other. It was just a misunderstanding. It was just in the heat of the moment and it happens. And so that's usually how that process goes.
When's the last time you had an argument with someone?
It's been a while. It's been a long time. Me as an individual, I've learned how to be able to properly communicate more effectively without being offensive, without being aggressive, without being an aggressor. Because for me, it's all about communication. It's all about understanding the situation. It's all about understanding the individual's feelings, understanding what led us to that situation. And so I usually don't get into arguments. I usually just, we come to the individual, we sit down, we have a talk, because I feel like that's always the right resort to handle a situation instead of everybody being heated in the moment or everybody being, caught up being angry and things like that. So, but it's been a while for me.
And how often do you talk about your offense? The fact that you took someone's life?
So when people ask me, like when my mentees and ask me about my situation and things like that, those are usually conversations that I have with them. You know, when they ask me certain questions and I tell them about the bad decisions that I've made, I told them about, the impact that it's left on the community and loved ones and things like that. And I use my story and I share my story, not in a glorifying way because I'm not proud of what I did.
No, of course not.
I'm embarrassed and ashamed of what I did. But I use my story to try to help them prevent from making the same mistakes. to show them a better way, to show them a better path. And so, and to let them know, like, if you continue on this path, if you continue on this mindset, that you could potentially be, in a situation where you're doing big time, and things like that, or you could harm somebody in a very bad way, as I have. So I use my story in a sense to be able to help those individuals make better choices and decisions.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, and I appreciate your openness and your honesty. I think you could help people, especially out in the community. And regardless of what we do here today, your sentence ends in 2 years, and you'll still be very young. So you have the opportunity to go out there and make a difference in the community so that others can avoid this path that you took, and maybe spare some other victims and their families the pain that you caused. I did read about all of your plans for the future. You have a lot of support. You received excellent evaluations, by the way, for your programming and work throughout the community. Thought I read somewhere that you even use CCAR as a job on the outside. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's correct.
Did you do the professional portion of the program?
Not yet, because we're
Okay.
limited with the type of resources that we could get from them.
Yeah.
But I am working with my recovery coach.
Okay. All right. And you have a girlfriend for support, although she lives in another state, right?
Yes.
There was some discrepancy. I know you mentioned your mom and the struggles when you were growing up, and now she's a support of yours. I thought I read somewhere that there was some abuse there when you were a child.
Yes.
Did you? Okay. So you found a way to overcome that?
Yes. As I grew older and I started really understanding things about my life and reflecting on the things that I've been through, and just understanding, the different concepts of even my own parents, they've had their struggles. They've had the things that they've dealt with. And even though they didn't deal with things more efficiently all the time, a lot of it is because they didn't really have the tools to know how to do so, and to be able to properly, show love and care the way that, I needed it growing up. Just so, however, when me learning these things, learning about these different concepts, I was able to kind of make amends with that, and I was able to move on and understand them and still love them and forgive them for everything, because they've always loved me, and my mom always took good care of me. 4 children by herself, supporting us, having a roof over our heads, making sure that we were okay. So it wasn't easy on her either. And doing the things that I was doing at that age, I wasn't making it easy on her either. I was giving her, stressing her out and giving her headaches and doing all these things. So, so I'm able to, I love my family. I love my mom for everything she's ever done for me. And so, I'm able to make amends with those things and move forward in my life. And I give all the glory to God as well.
Okay. All right. Well, you certainly have grown. I can see the growth in you, and you have educated yourself. An associate's degree from Wesleyan means a lot in the community. I hope you understand that. You don't squander that. You really should continue with your education if you can when you're released. The group that you created in the True Unit, I read about that. How often is that group facilitated?
So it was originally is one group a day. It's for about an hour. Sometimes it goes a little bit more, depending how the conversations are going. It's 8 sessions. So it usually go about 2.5 months, 2 months. And so, for example, the first session we'll go over like family dynamics, and then we go over trust. Then we go over fatherlessness and motherlessness. Then we go over honesty. So we go different sessions, and I have a whole curriculum. I have a packet that I give ahead of time so the individuals could read up on the information. We could read, and then when we get to the program, we share each other's thoughts, we share each other's emotions, we share what we got from the group, from the programs, from the things that we read. And so it just becomes a collaborative effort. It becomes a great group dynamic. And so, we're able to bounce off each other's ideas. We're able to learn from each other. Sometimes it's hard because we dive into childhood traumas, childhood events and things like that. And so to make those individuals, the young brothers in there, make them feel comfortable, I share my story. I let them know where I've been, how I was at a young age, and things that I've experienced, kind of to give them the boost that they need to be able to know that they're not alone. So that's kind of what the whole program revolves around. It's just love and communication, showing them love, showing them care, showing them support. Because most of them are things that they didn't have growing up. And so I want to be able to show them that even though they didn't have those things growing up, they could learn about those things and they could apply those things to their life and they could help other people do so as well. So
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate that your group is helping others too. Have you thought about where you might be today if you didn't commit these offenses?
Yeah, I've thought about that a lot. And, me being here and going through these situations and going through the experience that I've been through, it made me who I am today. It helped me accomplish the things that I've accomplished. And of course, with the support and the help that I've had along the way, that was big for me as well. But honestly, I don't know where I'll be. I don't know if I'll be in the same situation. I don't know if I'll either be dead or worse, with a bigger sentence or, but I'm grateful that I am where I am today. And I'm grateful for, the people that I got in my life never giving up on me.
You'll be out soon. After your sentence, you have 5 years probation. Do you have any reservations or do you think you'll have any challenges? Do you worry about any of that?
I know, being gone for so long, being in here, it's gonna take a while to kind of reintegrate back into society and get adjusted back to the norms, and back to how society functions. Because I know it's a different world from what it was 11 and a half years ago with technology and all these things advancing. However, I think those things, the transition a little bit, just getting back into society slowly. I think it'll be some challenges, it'll be some obstacles. However, it's all about facing them. It's all about moving forward. It's all about just taking one thing at a time, one step at a time, and just with the support and the love that I have from the people that's willing to support me and help me, I will take advantage of that as well. So I know it'll make my road a little easier.
All right, thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ramirez, I appreciate all the work that you've been doing to help other people there in the facility. It really does sound as if you've taken the time to work on yourself, not because you were expecting to be released early, but because you realized and recognized that you really had to do something to change the trajectory of your own life. As the chair mentioned, this crime it's very concerning. I just couldn't even imagine, this young man was out having, some drinks, and walking home, doing the responsible thing by walking home and not driving and just happened to be a victim of circumstance, just coincidence. It was very, very concerning to read. I heard you talking about the True unit, and again, I appreciate the work that you're doing there. Has anyone under your mentorship graduated the program?
So it's kind of hard to graduate the program because some individuals do graduate, depending on how much time that they have. It's usually a 2-year program. So right now, the group that I have, they're new. They've only been there for 6 months. And so they still have a whole 18 months left to go to kind of graduate the program. However, some individuals don't have the time to graduate it completely because some individuals go home. Some individuals get removed for whatever reason. So that's kind of how it goes at times. But we do have graduates in the program. But as of right now, my group of guys, no, they haven't graduated yet.
Have you seen any of the people that have been mentored return to that unit? In 7 years, you've been there a long time, so.
No, I haven't. Yes, I have seen mentors that have left and came back, speak with us, tell us about their success stories.
I'm talking about the mentees, like the
mentees.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. As far as they come back to the True, once they leave, they come back to the True unit.
Once they participate, however long they've been in there, say you said these people were 6 months and maybe they're released because their sentence is over. Do you ever see them come back with a new case or any of those people?
Yes. I've seen individuals come back with new cases and new situations. However, they don't come back into the True unit. Okay. So when they come back, they go to a general population or something like that. So.
And do you ever have an opportunity to speak with any of those people to see where things went wrong or how that program could have improved the chances of their not returning?
Yeah, so usually sometimes, depending if they're in the facility or not, sometimes, the staff or the lieutenants, bring them to the office, we'll talk to them, see what happens. So we're always engaged, we're always engaging with these guys, communicating with these guys, making sure, see where everything went wrong and things like that. So, but that's the discretion of like the lieutenants and things like that for us to
Yeah,
be.
no, I would just think that being in such a program with so many moving parts, that you would always be working towards improving it, and where are we a little weak, or where could we be a little stronger, that to increase the chances of these people coming in the program and being released, being successful. So I know that ultimately that's your goal. So I thought that maybe that was just a discussion. Is there anything in there that you guys have talked about, or people aren't really, or people say that it needs to be improved?
Yes, everything has challenges, everything has obstacles. So we're always constantly improving, when it comes to working together with the mentors, with the staff, with the counselors, making sure finding the best solutions for these group of guys, 18 to 25-year-olds, making sure that we get them the programming that they need, making sure that they get the support and the love that they need. One of the main priorities that we do up there is like we always push these guys to get their GED. So schooling is a main priority, programming is a main priority. So we're always having those conversations. We're always coming up in new ways of doing new things, finding new ways to be able to get more of these individuals involved. So we do have our meetings a few times a week. The mentors get together, the staff get together. We have our meetings, and we come up with different solutions on how to better the program.
Good. I read somewhere that you met your co-defendant in MYI. Is that right?
No, I had came home from NY, and that's when I met him.
So you were out in the community, and
Yes.
you guys, and you were the one that propositioned him with, okay, let's rob some people.
Yes.
And have you seen him crossing paths since you've been there? No. Okay. And I wanted to talk about the victim piece just a little, because oftentimes where we have people come and sit before us and they've done well, such as yourself. I mean, honestly, to be down for 12 years and have 4 tickets, it is really, I'm going to say, unique. We don't see it very often. People come before us and they just can't seem to comply with the facility rules. What do you think? What information could you offer to the deceased victim's family and the victim that survived to make them feel a little more comfortable about your returning out into the community? What information do you get? I mean, they'll never be made whole. You know what I mean? So you can't say, well, I'm sorry, because I'm sorry, that doesn't fix everything. These people, every holiday, I'm sure, every birthday, every anniversary of the death, they're constantly reminded that his life was cut short. So what do you think you could say to them that would provide some level of comfort, that when you're back out in the community, they don't really have to worry about you?
The information that I feel that I could give is leading by example. I say that by doing the things that I've been doing since I've been incarcerated. I understand the gravity of what I've done, and that's been my motivation to be a better person. It's been my motivation to be a better man. And so through my actions and the things that I've done, because I understand that words alone are nothing if you're not producing any actions behind it. And so the biggest thing that I could offer is me going out into the community and continuing my work of mentorship, continuing my work of commitment to change, continuing my work of bettering myself and growing and developing through my actions by leading by example. I feel like that's the biggest thing. And that's something that I have to do each and every day, that I've been doing each and every day. And that's something that I've committed myself to doing because I understand the gravity of the situation, you know, and I feel like for me, that's big because I feel like I have to be able to, people are always watching me. People are always looking, you know, even when you think people are not looking, people are always looking. And so I'm always aware that the way that I conduct myself and the way that I move forward in my life, that's going to say a lot because actions speak louder than words. And so I feel like, you know, me going out into the community and doing all the things that I've set myself to do, I feel like that will be really big. And I will back up, you know, be producing those type of works and producing those type of actions that will speak volumes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Ms. Turner.
So, Mr. Ramirez, you mentioned in your opening statement that you aspire to be a productive member of society. And we hear that a lot from individuals before us looking for release to parole. Can you tell me what that means to you? Because it seems to mean something different to most everyone.
So for me, it was kind of about how I was elaborating about, you know, my mentorship, my actions behind everything that I've been doing. For me, it means dedication, it means commitment, it means change, it means humanity, it means value. And so when I think about those concepts and I think about those words, I think about going out there and helping people. You know, not being a liability, but being an asset, because throughout my whole life when I was out in the community and I was growing up, I was a liability. I was causing destruction. I was causing all these different things. I was causing harm. And
what
so,
else does a productive member of society look like to you?
For me, a productive member of society is someone who handles their business, who stands on business, who continuously seek to improve, who continuously seek to grow and develop, and who continues to seek to help others achieve their dreams as well.
Okay, so would you add to that law abiding?
Yes.
Tax paying?
Yes. Working hard, going to school, you know, doing the things that you need to do in order to be able to provide for yourself and your family.
But participating in community.
Yes.
You know, registering to vote, getting a library card.
Yes.
You know, making sure you don't drive without a driver's license, and, you know, all of those things that we do as adults that show our respect for the concept of society being a community in which we live and interact with other people.
Yes.
So, okay. And you had mentioned volunteer work in your opening statement, so I know that's part of that definition for you. You talked about recognizing that your crimes had an impact on the community, and these were two different assaultive acts that took place like 6 days apart or something. What do you think Waterbury, the citizens of Waterbury felt and the impact it had on them, hearing in the nightly news about these random assaults?
I will say that they felt scared. I would say that they felt unsafe. I would say that they felt just afraid.
Anxious?
Yes, anxious, nauseous, all these different feelings. Being able to just seeing those things and just thinking to yourself, I can't even go out and have a walk. I can't even go out and do this because I have to worry about all these things going on. And so I'm pretty sure.
Stay home and isolate and not participate in supporting my community because danger is out there.
Yes.
We haven't touched on, and I wanted to recognize that in the reports that we have, there was some targeting done of the people that you victimized. You had indicated that you were out to rob a Muslim dude in one case. And then in another case, the individual was on his way into a mosque when you guys rushed up on him from behind and assaulted him. So the point of this is that there was a particular community that was severely impacted by the choices that you and your co-defendant made. Can you talk about that?
Yes, I understand, the community's definitely been impacted by those decisions. It was reckless, it was shameful, it was embarrassing, and just putting those people at risk like that, putting them at harm like that, it made me realize that I really needed to do a lot of change within myself. And I understand that, with the police being involved and the people coming together, like, they were frightened, they were scared, they were afraid because of what just took place.
Well, because they felt targeted.
Yes.
For the violence that you inflicted on individual members of those communities in Waterbury. Okay,
Yes.
so there was, there's a targeting, and that's, perhaps fueled by racism, by other stereotypes and perceptions that you might have had, biases that you carried inside yourself that you would choose to target a Muslim dude, as you described it. Okay. So in the work that you do in the True Unit and in the efforts that you'll make going forward to make amends and give back, I would encourage you to talk to people about the harm and the risk to punching another person in the head. Because we often read cases where a punch to the head, the person falls, hits their head on a curb, and dies. Now, the intent wasn't to kill the person, but you never know what a punch to someone's head could do to them. You never know if they have underlying conditions that could be dramatically aggravated by a punch to the head. And in this case, with Mr. Negron, I just want to make sure that you are aware. I don't know if it was the punch to the head, the subsequent kicking, but he had a skull fracture. He had a brain bleed. He died of blunt head trauma. And this is, your actions that day put him in a coma. So we are really talking, we're really talking, it doesn't get more serious than that. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And you, I would assume, believe yourself to be a poet.
Yes.
You've published. Okay. So you know that words matter. And I'm sure when you're crafting a poem, you're looking for the exact word and you're tossing out things that don't quite capture the feeling or the point that you're trying to make, right?
Yes.
Okay. So twice in your opening statement, you referred to your crimes as a mistake. And I want to challenge you on that, because these were choices that you made to target individuals and commit a crime. Not a mistake. No more than punching somebody in the head and having them hit their head on a curb would be an accident. You also said in your opening statement that at the time you felt nothing, that you were selfish, and that you didn't recognize your involvement in the tragic death of Mr. Negron. And I would encourage you to look for a more accurate word than involvement. That along with mistake are gross minimizations of what you were doing out there in Waterbury at the time at a very young age. And the consequences are what you're living right now. I do want to recognize and tell you that I personally appreciate at sentencing that you apologized. Mm-hmm. Sometimes victims wait decades to get the apology. And the fact that you offered it, that you participated with the prosecution, that you stepped up and began trying to make amends then, especially at a young age, facing a significant sentence. I'm certain that wasn't an easy thing to do, but it was the right thing to do. And I think it was the beginning of the necessary change in you. So that's all I wanted to talk to Mr. Ramirez about. I wish you much success going forward, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay, this time we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Hamlet-Williams, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me. I do have the mother of the victim's children who would like to address the board today. One moment.
That's what I'm writing now.
Okay.
Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Good morning. I am the ex-girlfriend and mother of Carmelo Negron's child. I would like to thank the board for allowing me to speak on behalf of Carmelo's family. The last years have been full of sadness. His actions that day resulted in years of my child struggling with her mental, physical, and emotional health. Resulting in many hours of counseling, impacting school and everyday living. Carmelo has missed out on 10 grandchildren, and they have missed out the experience of having him as a grandfather. I am requesting he completes his sentence. In my opinion, it's the least that can be done for Carmelo's life being taken. I too have dealt with emotional, financial, and mental struggles since his passing, trying to raise a child that does not understand the why of Ramirez's actions. Just like Ramirez did not have a father, now my kid does not have one. Ramirez can probably have a better life with him, and he probably found his forgiveness, but guess what? My children will never be able to. I thank you for the time and hope that the justice continues to be heard, because just like his father was his role model, my daughter's role model and hero was Carmelo Negron. And his actions were choices, not mistakes. And I leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this
Thank you
time,
so much for your statement. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
At At this time, the attorneys will be afforded the opportunity to make a statement. We will now turn it over to the state's attorney. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes, I'd like to start by thanking the parole board for this opportunity to address you today on this very serious matter. I'd like to remind the board this is not one but two robberies, one of which did end in the death of Carmelo Negron. Mr. Negron was minding his own business when the defendant and his co-defendant beat and kicked him to death. While the victim did die later from these injuries, it was a horrific time for the family. It was a senseless crime, and this defendant did acknowledge that he was the driving force behind the death. The transcript reflects that the defendant was already given consideration based on his age and cooperation with the state's attorney's office. Consideration was given in the charges and the right to argue. The max sentence was 40 years after 20 years to serve with 5 years probation. Again, due to the consideration of the defendant's age and the cooperation with the state's attorney's office, he was sentenced to 20 years after 15 years to serve with 5 years probation. This is considerably light for a crime resulting in the death of another. The state believes that the offer was fair and that any robbery is bad, but this was a heinous death case. The victim expressed outrage in the pre-sentence investigation, and the family was traumatized by the manner of death which occurred. The state feels that the offer was fair and objects to any alteration of the agreed upon sentence.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now turn it over to the public defender. If you wish to proceed.
Yes, please. Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be heard by you today. I want to start by mentioning something that I know the board spoke to Mr. Ramirez about. He used words such as mistake, involvement, and I genuinely do not believe that is because he is minimizing what he did or the actions or the consequences that came from it. The consequence was the loss of someone's life. And the loss, there is nothing that can, no number that can be put on someone's life. No number of years, no amount of punishment. You cannot define somebody's life by that. And it is not that he is minimizing what he has done or the pain he has caused. More so that he has worked for the past 12 years to become the best version of himself. He has done everything in his power to become a completely different person than the person he was at 17 years old. And those words reflect the struggle within himself that he has returning himself to that day. However, he understands how important it is that he does return to that day and constantly remember the person he was, the young man who found himself in that situation, who made those decisions and behaved that way so that he never finds himself in a similar situation again. He is a young man that sits before all of us today with a heavy heart for what he has done. He is genuinely sorry for his actions. And I know that from the past year of conversations with him, as well as all of the things he has done while he has been incarcerated. The change he decided to make in 2016 and every day moving forward. He is genuinely sorry for the insurmountable pain he has caused, the unbelievable loss that what he stole from the victims realistically is time with a father, a grandfather, a family member that they love. He himself has experienced not having a father, so he understands not having that father figure, and he permanently took that away from someone else, and he is fully aware of that. There is no number of apologies, there is no amount of remorse that will ever make up what Mr. Ramirez stole from Mr. Negron and his family, and he understands that. He understands the gravity and the permanence of his actions, and through his actions since his incarceration, he has taken responsibility and accountability for that, and he continues to do so each day. As a result of his actions, this young man has spent his entire 20s calling Cheshire Correctional Institution home. However, during that time, he is wholeheartedly committed to change. He promised himself that he would do everything in his power to become the best possible version of himself. And he has detailed that better than I can throughout his opening statement. But to summarize, he's done every program that has been offered. And as you heard from him, he didn't just sit there. He didn't just go because he had to, but he actually participated and he took it seriously and he took away everything that he could from those programs. And then he continued to use what he learned in those programs to conduct himself in that manner and teach others to do the same. He even created his own program because he genuinely wants to help others. He's part of the TRUE program, which he's been part of for 7 years, even though from my understanding, he could have graduated from that program after 2 and just continued on his way. But instead, he became a junior mentor and he is now a mentor. It's something that he is passionate about and hopes to continue doing upon his release to the community. He's received his GED and associate's degree, and he has no plans of stopping there. He has further plans of continuing his education, being a productive member of society, which includes entering the workforce and getting in pursuing a career in either HVAC or as an electrician. He has maintained numerous jobs throughout his period of incarceration. He knows the importance of working hard and what hard work can bring you and how that will productively contribute to society on the outside. It productively contributes to his society that he has or is part of within the prison institution. He has also managed to stay out of trouble and ticket free for the past 9 years, which in these types of places is extremely rare and difficult, as the board knows. He wrote and published a book and he has found his religion. He's done everything that he possibly can within these walls. He has taken advantage of every single possible opportunity he's been given to better himself, and he has availed himself of all the Department of Corrections has to offer. And it's not only what he has done during his incarceration, but what he plans to do upon his release. He has grand goals. He's very goal oriented and he has these great plans for the future. He wants to continue to mentor others. He wants to help heal and give back to the community that he's harmed. He wants to prevent other people from making the same choices that he did, from ending up here. Mr. Ramirez wants to continue pursuing his education at Lincoln Tech. He plans to prioritize his family, who I've personally met, and they are an incredible support system to William. He will have a stable home where religion is fundamental, and he can continue his religious growth as well as his growth in the community with that necessary support. I truly believe that William has fulfilled his promise to become the best version of himself, and yet he will tell you that there is always room for improvement because that's who he is. Today, tomorrow, and every day after that, he will continue to strive to do better. He is a leader and a mentor. He is an intelligent individual, and he's a thoughtful young man. The William that sits before you all today is an entirely different person than the 17-year-old who committed these crimes. And they are atrocious. They are heinous, and he will never disagree with those descriptions of that. But he will make sure that he is never in a position to he'll never be in a position where those choices are even a possibility. And he will work for the rest of his life to make sure that he can prevent as many other people from being in a position where that's a possibility. He genuinely cares about others. And I think that this period of incarceration has given him the insight and the ability to realize how important humanity is, how important an individual's life is, and how many lives he ruined with the choices he made, not just his own, but Mr. Negron's, his family's, his 10 grandchildren that never got to meet him. This one decision or 2 decisions that he made had a lasting impact and effect that will forever be present, and he will always have to accept that and strive to never be back there. William spent the past decade committed to change. He has proved that through his actions during his entire incarceration. Today, I am asking the board to grant him parole and give him the opportunity to be that person and to prove to all of us the person that he has worked so hard to become, and allow him to do so in the community. He will be, as the board knows, he will be supervised for an additional period of 5 years after his eventual release from parole as well. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ramirez, so at this time, the panel will enter into deliberation to discuss your case, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to thank the victim's family member for coming forward and giving a statement here today. Very brave, and we're, of course, sorry for your loss and continued pain. Okay. Okay, so we're here for Mr. Ramirez's 1584 hearing. The Public Act sets forth very specific criteria. We knew before we came here today, but he further expanded on all of the programming that he participated in. Really has only had 4 disciplinary reports with the last 11 and a half years, has been educating himself and mentoring others, participating in the True Unit, and working multiple jobs throughout his time in prison. He has positive supports. He has a release plan, a recovery coach set up, some job possibilities that we spoke a little bit about. This is a horrible offenses, I should say. It's not just one offense, right, but a loss of life here in just such a brutal way. It's such a tragedy for everyone involved. The fact remains that Mr. Ramirez will be released in 2 years, regardless of what we do here today. He does have 5 years of probation to follow his sentence. He's eligible for parole later this year in September, so 6 years from now. I do believe that he meets all the criteria set forth in Public Act 1584. I believe that there's a reasonable probability that he would go out into the community and remain crime-free. I also believe that he has exhibited substantial rehabilitation through maturation, growth, programming, work, just his experiences and time. You know, he was 17 years old when he came in here, and I don't believe that there would be a further benefit to incarceration. I think society would benefit more from his release than from continued incarceration. I think he would probably benefit from a year and a half of parole supervision and support prior to ending his sentence. So I would support a granting of parole in this case. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I always grapple with the length of the sentence versus and the crime and all the good things that these people do while they're in the facilities. And I'm just like, for the taking a life of a person 15 years, I really do believe is, a reasonable sentence. I mean, it's probably less than what we just seen. That was a conviction, but a manslaughter case and all these robberies, intentional. I really do believe, though, that Mr. Ramirez has done a tremendous work in the facility, and I'm sure that he has helped change some other people's lives, and I hope that he continues to positively impact other people that he comes across their paths. I'm still, on one hand, I want to say I would support his discretionary parole because he does meet the criteria. And on the other hand, I'm thinking that the nature of the crime is in the magnitude of, his actions really is making me lean more towards not supporting. So, I don't know. I heard what you said. See, Ms. Turner, what are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Turner?
So, I feel a little differently because I think ultimately he will be contributing back to the community, and that can happen at end of sentence, on probation, after probation, so forth. I think the stabilizing effect of parole on this initial transition after a lengthy period inside, starting at a very young age, is probably warranted. A couple of things that stood out for me with Mr. Ramirez, the apology at sentencing. He got consideration. There was reference at sentencing to his sentences running concurrent because he cooperated, and because without his cooperation, they didn't think they'd be convicting his co-defendant. So, so there was some immediacy to doing the right thing. I can't say making amends yet. One of the things that really stood out for me in his opening statement, and we don't see this as often as you would think, he really put his cards on the table about who he was at the time of the crime. He talked about being immature, impulsive, reacting to what he thought was an affront in the victim's attitude. Said, quite honestly, he never once considered the impact of what he was doing, that he felt nothing, that he knew his actions were selfish. And then he went on to talk about living his apology through his actions every day. And he's done that in the facility, and I feel confident that he'll do that out in the community. It just really stood out for me that he was so aware, or is now so aware of who he was then.
Right.
And as a barometer to the change of who he is now. And, we didn't get into, where things stand with his father now. And I'm glad that he's talking to other young men in the True Unit about those conflicted relationships and not having our needs met as children. And that he could get to a place of being able to forgive his parents,
right,
and not carry that around or use it as an excuse for, continuing to act out of rage. So with all of that said, and, I completely get where you're at, because 15 years for a life.
Yeah.
He took a man's life when he was 46. And I hope for Mr. Ramirez, when he gets to 46, that will be a profound point in his life to realize that everything he lives after that, he had denied his victim and his victim's family. But I am willing to grant today.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Conditions. I only have one person, victim family member, JN. And then we have the surviving victim and the co-defendant. Is there anything else? Okay, in the matter of William Ramirez, MA number 395-107, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective September 12th, 2025, with the following additional conditions. You're to have no contact with the family member of the victim, initials JN, no contact with the robbery victim, initials WH, and no contact with your co-defendant, Evan Lott. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Okay, so it's a unanimous decision. Your parole has been granted. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you'll get everything in writing, and we wish you the best. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
This
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for William Ramirez. It is 12:21 p.m.
We'll take a 10-minute break before we start the next case. We'll come back at 12:30.
Now we're gonna come to you, all right? Okay, so we'll go over the specifics, all right? No?
It's my key. I think.
Oh, I think I have.
You have the key? I have the key.
Okay.
I was tough.
Congrats.
They really trolled you.
Right, yeah.
My heart's like.
Mine's not even time, but you did it. All right? Okay.
You got it. All right, we'll see you in a couple
All
weeks.
right, good to see you.
Officer, the board is taking a brief recess. They're going to come back for 12:30 to start Mr. Sosa's case. He can have a seat in the meantime, but the room is currently muted. Officer? Officer, the board is taking a recess. I was going to let you know the room is currently muted, so can you come back at 12:30 to unmute that room's microphone? Thank you.
Unmute. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, there you go. No problem.
Jeez. Thank you. Wednesday when it'll be off.
Right, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wingersman. Today is March 7th, 2025, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Sosa, the state of Connecticut, made effective October 1st, 2023. Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act. This means that you were under the age of 21. The board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Panel Member Barry, good afternoon.
Also in attendance, we have Attorney Robert O'Brien. Attorney O'Brien, if you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon, Robert O'Brien. My juris number is 434115, and the business address is the law office of Christopher Doobie at 59 Elm Street, 3rd floor in New Haven.
Thank you. Also present this afternoon, we have State's Attorney Christian Watson. Attorney Watson, if you can also please do the same, state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
State's Attorney Christian Watson, 420042, 20 Franklin Square, New Britain, Connecticut, New Britain State's Attorney's Office.
Thank you very much. And also present this afternoon, we have Ms. DeJesus from the Office of Victim Services. Mr. Sosa, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Andre Sosa, and my email number is 260589.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to procedure. Mr. Sosa, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Sosa, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. So as previously indicated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andre Sosa, inmate number 260589. Mr. Sosa is serving a sentence of 43 years flat, with no probation to follow for 2 counts of murder and weapon in a correctional institution. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed programming such as alternative violence, therapy, Start Now, Tier 1, Thinking for a Change, Voices, Good Intentions, Bad Choices, People Empowering People, Thresholds, Anger Management, Tier 2, Commitment to Change, Beyond Fear, and the Lifers Group. And he also currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Sosa, at this time, it's now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
So I should read the statement. I would like to address the board and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be present here today, also allowing me to speak to the victim family. I'd like to apologize to the victim family. I start with the family of Juan Carlos Rodriguez, aka Lito, to his mother, sister, brothers, and other siblings. I deeply apologize for your loss, pain, and suffering that my action had caused your family. It's important for his sister to know that I do remember her crying. I have never forgotten the pain and suffering in their faces. The pain and suffering in their faces is still haunting me to this point, me being the one to be blamed for such suffering, and I have to live with that for the rest of my life, including the last 27 years. I'd like to apologize to his daughter and to her brother or sister for your loss. I am so sorry your dad is gone, and me be the cause of that. I can only imagine your agony or the questions you have about your dad. The family of Arcadio Rivera, the family of Arcadio Rivera, aka Charlie, aka Ace, to his mother, brother, sister, and to all his siblings or his family. I remember Charlie. I feel so sorry he's gone,
and I am the cause of your loss, pain, and suffering. I want the victim families to know I always think about their loss. In my last 27 years of incarceration, since the age of 18 years old, I have plenty of time to think and learn about the loss, pain, and suffering my action had caused. I wish I can take it back, I really do. In many occasions, I had and still pray for the soul of Charlie and Lito, asking God for them to be at peace and for their forgiveness. I apologize to the victim family for their loss, pain, and suffering. I hope the victim family one day can find it in their heart to forgive me. I understand that if they don't do it, since it is a process that can take a lifetime, it is important for the board to know who I am and where I came from. In my lifetime, I had lots of ups and downs. I had a difficult upbringing. My mother and father separated in the first few years of my life. My mother gave full custody of me to my father, wanting nothing to do with me. While living with her, I was physically, verbally, and mentally abused by her. Once, he was drowning me in a tank full of water. My mother died when I was in between 3 to 5 years old. She died due to childbirth complication, giving birth to a girl who she then gave to a friend of her to raise, and who I had only met once in my lifetime back in 1994. When I went to live with my father, I was physically abused by him and my stepmother. I was tied up to table like an animal, denied food, water. I was left alone having to care for my sister and brother while my dad was out drinking and with prostitutes. I was also sexually assaulted. While living at my father's mother's, I was treated well by her, but also sexually abused by friends of the family and family. I was then sent back to live under my dad's care, where the abuse got worse at his hand due to his drinking. Sometime in September 1994, my father and I relocated in the South Bronx with his aunt, apartment, and siblings. He did abandon me again by leaving me there after he met another female woman who used to drink more than him. I was told by his son that I had to move out. Then I went and moved to a friend apartment next door. I was there and I was helping. They also told me I had to leave. And I once again fell on one day in love. After searching for work in the street of New York City, all I can be hired at that age was selling narcotics, crack cocaine. I learned the drug trade and sold for survival. I managed to save money to rent a room for $100 a week, eat and buy clothes. By winter of 1995, that's when I met a young, powerful Dominican man who took me under his wing, became a friend and father figure to me, offering me opportunities. And on July of 1997, this friend named Kelvin, aka Villette the Money, offered me the opportunity to come to Connecticut with him for a much better life at the age of 18 years old. And for a few months prior to my arrest, I did reside with Kelvin, his brother, cousin, relative, and friends. Of course, I felt I belonged. I was accepted. I thought someone cared. I was a child growing up in a non-normal environment, thinking that what was going on around me was normal behavior. Because as a kid, you don't know really what's right from wrong. You just know things don't feel right. So you only cry as a kid, as a children. That's all you could do. When you as a kid grow up around dysfunction and chaos, or you see things of the criminal element going on in the neighborhood that you don't really understand and you are young, it becomes normal to you. For example, when you witness violence and abuse and experience such as well as a kid, for such period of time, you start to believe that the way to solve a problem is only through violence, which is not true. Only after you mature or you get that wake-up call behind these prison walls is when you start to realize and find out all I've been through and experienced as a child leading to my wrongful action were all wrong from the start. By the age of 16 years old, I began drinking, then progressed to weed, cigarette, LSD, and cocaine. That lasts until my incarceration on November of 1997 at the age of 18 years old. 18 years old, not mature in prison, it was hard for me to adjust to the new environment, detoxing from addiction with no treatment, not knowing how to deal with my problems. I was constantly in trouble. It took me a while to learn how to navigate through the system, adjusting to the new me, listening to family members' program, reflecting on my life. I recycle the old me, reprogram myself, but I finally got it. In prison, rehabilitation is something that a prisoner got to want for himself. If not going, if I'm sorry, in prison, rehabilitation is something that a prisoner got to want for himself. If not, it won't happen. It can be forced. It won't work that way. I always did believe in education. Without it, you won't go far in life. So instead of buying commissary, I decided to invest in my education, going back to school by correspondence. We Thompson Education Direct. In October of 2003, I did obtain my high school diploma. I took bokeh classes in June. In 2004, I became a certified electromechanic with the state of Connecticut Unified School District 1. I decided to invest in my education again. And in January 29, 2008, I became a certified legal assistant paralegal with the Blackstone Career Institute with an average of 91.29%. I wanted to continue further my education, so I did apply in 2002 and in 2004 to Wesleyan University. I did make it past the admission test, but they told me they didn't have a spot for me. I did not let that discourage me in not continuing in education, so I applied for bokeh education, and I started commercial cleaning in 2004, in June 2004. Since then, I've been certified over 22 times. Today, my education needs score stated by DOC is to be from a 5, the lowest an inmate can have without college or university completion. I taught and teach myself how to read and write English. During my incarceration, I did author a children's book titled The Ghost Town. I knew I was having problems with the trauma I experienced in my life and with my anger. So I took psychotherapeutic treatment and programs to help me cope with it, such as the ABP program, basic and advanced. I made the decision to get drug treatment by attending substance abuse relapse prevention program, Tier 1 and Tier 2. You can get into know your medication, education, seeking safety, a treatment manual for PTSD, and substance abuse program, ARCO AA, and connected behavior therapy, CBT. And by taking people empowering people, I learned about post-incarceration syndrome. I completed anger management program to help me with my attitude and overall take control of my anger. I took commitment to change program, voices, good intention by choices, introduction to connected behavior therapy group program, life is good threshold, people empowering people program beyond fair. I have mentored inmates and outside participants in ABP who were required to take these programs. I did mentor inmates for Voices program. During the period of my incarceration, I had taken it upon myself to mentor juveniles in my housing units or around at the Life is Group. As a result, the mother and the inmates have provided me with letters about myself and to thank me as well. I have held multiple prison jobs during my incarceration. I have worked as a TMA, floor sweeping, mopping, stripping, waxing, painter, office cleaner, general restroom cleaner, institutional laundry, commissary line bagger, kitchen, washing dishes, floor, food cars, food lines, preparing the food, electromechanic, fixing buffer, vacuums, typewriters, copy machine, etc. All these jobs helped me build a work ethic I didn't have before I came to prison, which is skill I can use if granted relief. Plus, it helped me gain financial independence, understanding the fact that law-abiding citizens in our society work to support themselves. The work and program performance evaluation signed and completed by the officer and staff show my good and excellent work attitude, productivity, initiative, attendance as a change and mature, respectful individual. Reentry plan. My reentry plan will consist of me going to live with my sister or the Dominican Republic, also with my aunt and uncle who also reside in Manhattan as well. I have family support who is going to assist me financially. For the meantime, I get on my feet, search for a job, and succeed the right way. If granted relief, I will seek employment and opportunities if needed from non-profit organizations. For example, the Fortune Society. I can seek assistance from career counselors, reentry organization. I can go through the Workforce Alliance to find jobs. Internet Employment Agency, Jobs Affairs, State Department of Labor, Employment and Training Service, community organization, ads in the newspaper, season work, help wanted, and now hiring notice in shops, restaurant. In the Dominican Republic, I can reach out to the employer agency, Mr. Luis Anivar. My short-term goal consists of getting my ID, getting a phone, work, healthcare, insurance, therapy, open a small bank account, get a learning driving permit. My mid-range goal consists of obtaining driving license, buy a used car, get car insurance registration, find love, volunteer in the community to help in soup kitchen, shelter, food banks, church, school, youth organization, join a stop the violence organization to prevent at-risk youth in the community from coming down the same path I choose. Tell them about me, what I've been through, how to deal with mental issues on the same level I had. Get them to try to open up to others so that they can seek the proper professional help needed. My long-term goal consists of being able to sustain a full-time job, search for my other sisters, start a family, own a house. My conclusion. This has been a learning lesson journey for me. I'd like to thank the board for considering me to be here today. I hope you take on the consideration or you have heard from me about me, who I have become through the years, and give me a chance at life in the free outside world. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sosa, for your statement. We did receive that statement in advance, so we had reviewed that. In addition, we've reviewed all of your case file from the police report, sentencing transcript, your records throughout your incarceration, as well as correspondence from Attorney O'Brien and Dr. Hall, although it had some inaccuracies and an opinion that I certainly wouldn't agree with. We're very well versed in your case, and we're prepared to ask you some questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services, any victim input that they have, followed by a statement from the state's attorney and your own attorney. Then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Thank you.
We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Mr. Sosa, thank you for that opening statement. It was quite lengthy, but you did cover a tremendous amount of ground. So we appreciate your preparing for the hearing. Let's talk a little bit about the offense and your mentality back when, okay? So one, our records indicate that you had already been convicted of a possession of a weapon in New York. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were you under supervision for New York at the time that you were in Connecticut?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so why did you go and acquire another firearm?
That time I was involved in selling drugs and we needed protection.
Okay. All right. So you had this firearm on you, and so as my records are correct, it was almost midnight, around 11 o'clock, 11:51 at night. What happened?
I was on my way. We was there with the trap, what they call the trap house. I went down to meet with Luis Colon, in O Street. On my way there, I had an encounter with the victims, and I told them that I was going down that way to see Luis Colon. They told me, let's go this way, and they walked me to what I believe is Class Street, which it was very dark and things of that nature. I got scared and panicked, thought they was going to harm me by me reading the corporal body language. So I pulled out my firearm and shot them.
Okay, but that doesn't sound like what the official documents say. Why were you with these victims in the first place? What was the purpose?
I was not with them at that time. I happened to meet with them, and I knew them from around the area. I used to provide narcotics to the
them.
building. Yeah, to the building. Man super, Mr. Luis Colon, and that was the only relationship I had around them. Besides one of them that I knew from New York, I met him when we was in Rikers Island. And that would be Arcadio, Charlie, Arcadio Rivera.
So Mr. Sosa, I'm sorry. You told the parole officer when you were interviewed in preparation for today's hearing that you said one of the victims were involved with the robbery. No?
Yes. That was not right there.
This was not retaliatory?
No, man. That was not retaliatory. I told her that we was robbed before, and they didn't rob me personally. They robbed who was my boss, Kelvin, my friend, brother, and cousin. And from that day, we had acquired weapons to protect ourselves. And that's what I told her.
So you followed people into a dark alley that you had some kind of history with. Why? It doesn't make sense.
I don't really call it a history because they didn't rob me. They didn't rob me personally. I didn't know it was really them that robbed these people. Means, and that it was in an alley, it was a street.
Okay, it was a street. But
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying to me, like, I don't understand what these two people would have to talk to you about in the dark that they couldn't talk to you about when they saw you. Like, the story doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, me. So I don't know. They just told me that we was going to go over there and see Luis, and I followed them.
And so if you had no intentions, Mr. Sosa, of committing these murders, why did you shoot? The witnesses said that you stood over this victim you shot once already, and he was lying on the ground, and you shot 2 more times?
That's what the record reflect. Yes, I shot one. They said only 3 times, and the other one 2 times.
And then so that wasn't enough, and then you ran behind the other guy and shot him too?
I don't think that I ran after nobody. I just point that direction and I shoot, and that's it.
But
I didn't chase nobody.
Wasn't the other person trying to leave the scene?
I just see somebody moving me and going down that way, and I shot the individual.
Yeah, this was a lot, Mr. Sosa. I mean, honestly, one, you weren't even supposed to have a weapon on you because you were a convicted felon. And 2,
Yes,
then you go out into the community with this weapon, thinking that you're going to protect yourself, and you're putting other people at harm. And 2 people lose their lives because 1, you're not licensed to carry a weapon, and 2, you weren't trained to. And those bullets really could have hit. And people saw what you were doing from their windows in their houses. Okay, so now let's move forward. So now we come into how long after you committed these crimes were you arrested? What was the time between those two?
Like 3 days after.
Okay. So where were you in those 3 days?
In the same area, I was in Hartford and in Britain.
So did you know that they were looking for you?
No,
Did you know that you killed 2 people?
yes, ma'am.
So why didn't you go to the police? Because you knew that they were investigating, right?
I would imagine, yes, ma'am. You know, I didn't went to them because at the time, like I say, I was young. I was really adolescent, and I was living by the code of the street at that time.
Okay. And so what were you telling people about what you did?
I didn't tell nobody about what I did, miss. I wasn't going around bragging and things of that magnitude and nature. This is the first time I really talk publicly to somebody besides my attorney, my former attorney. I have never talked to nobody really about this incident because I don't feel comfortable about it. I'm not proud about this, miss.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't be. And it's a pretty serious crime. So I can understand why it's uncomfortable to discuss. But that's why we're here today. We're not here to, relitigate your case or determine your guilt or innocence. We're discussing the crime to get some clarification on what actually occurred. So let's I thought that I saw. Okay, so now you come into the prison and you accumulate 47 disciplinary infractions.
Yeah,
And one
47
of them resulted in an outside charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
9 years ago. Why? Because they say I have a dangerous instrument.
Who's that?
A shank. Oh, the officers.
Did you have a shank?
Yes, ma'am. I took full responsibility of that.
So
well.
it wasn't they say. It should be more of I had a shank.
Oh,
And
yeah. I apologize for the way that I expressed myself. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's just, and so you received how much time for bringing the weapon into the correctional facility?
Oh, I didn't bring it. I manufactured it with something in
It
here.
says you were in possession of a weapon in a correctional institute.
Yes,
How much additional time did you get?
1 year.
Okay. And so I'm just looking at your disciplinary infractions. You got 47. Your last ticket was in January of 2020. So that's about 5 years ago.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
in between that time, you received several threatening tickets, public indecencies, contrabands. What was going on, Mr. Sosa?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Were you not given a handbook or a manual of what the rules were in the facility?
They give you a manual and to what the rules are in the facility, but going to the time, I wasn't fully mature at that time. Prison issue, I'm not gonna lie.
You're 46, so at 41, you weren't fully mature you knew that you weren't supposed to be threatening people?
Oh, I thought you was talking about, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you specifically tell me which DR, what day you was talking about.
There are 47 of them. We can be talking about their DRs for 3 hours.
Yeah, but I did take responsibility on my action, and I did do anger management program to address that behavior, miss.
Okay.
In 2004 and 2008, and you're still getting threatening DRs in 2019?
Right.
Yes.
I mean, it really is. And the issue that we're having with the nature of your disciplinary infractions, Mr. Sosa, is that after having committed such a serious crime where 2 people lost their lives, coming into the facility and displaying any kind of aggression, fighting, threatening, all that just to us shows a continuation of the behavior that was displayed out in the community. So that's the connection that we make with those. So it's kind of like the programming that you participated in, and you did a ton of programs. You really have. And I congratulations on receiving your GED and for getting your commercial cleaning certification. And I saw that you completed the paralegal program. So all of those things are very positive. But in the same vein, you have so many disciplinary infractions. It's really difficult to decipher whether or not you really have gained any insight or any tools going forward.
Miss, I have like the definition of the last ticket they gave me for training. It was about I needed a shower before I go to medical. Cronny was out and I was joking with inmate Dixon. And the officer said you can come out. So I'm telling Dixon, me and him joking, that you better learn how to duck when I come out, and we laughing. You know, the officer took it. The officer was sitting at the board. I even made it out of my cell, miss. And he took it as, and he wrote that a third, because I'm telling Prisoner Dixon, he better learn how to duck when I come out, but we're just joking. And the reason why we came to that conclusion, it was because before I had to take shower when that section of the unit was out, and there was no problem. So we was making a joke about it. And I cannot change the officer's mind when he wrote these ticket or that nature. If they took it like that, I say what I say. Yes,
Why did you fight the ticket then?
Because back then I couldn't stay in cell for 45 days when I can just get out in 5.
Okay, well.
Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. You know, I couldn't stay in cell for 45 days. It ain't like now that they changed that policy that you cannot be in cell for more than 5. I couldn't stay there, and I know, you know what, most likely these tickets you don't be in DOC. What is threat and safety and security, you all say.
Okay.
You know, so I decided to get out of there in 5 days easier.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
Okay. So what about the public indecency disciplinary infractions?
Yes, that is no behavior. The officer within the last one, I know I got 11. You know, I take full responsibility for that. I check myself about that. That's not a way to go about it. I don't feel proud about that behavior. That I even checked a criminology book to see if something was wrong with me, which he came out to be negative about that. I did contact Miss Jocelyn Cruz, who used to be the person in charge of treating sexual offender. She to see if I needed any type of programs or things like that and relate to this nature. She said that I don't qualify. That
it's not about qualifying, sir. It's not about it's the behavior. Why would you be doing this when you know that you're, I mean, in front of people? If it's a public indecency, that means that people can see what you're doing.
Well, I was inside my cell when the officer passed by and things of that nature, they can see you. I wasn't out of my cell.
Okay. So let's, I mean, it's just so, it's very difficult, Mr. Sosa, to say definitively that you're done with your life of crimes and that you've demonstrated adequate institutional adjustment when you have this many disciplinary infractions, and you really doesn't sound like you're really accepting responsibility for your actions. And why, when it was time for you to go before the judge at your sentencing, did you take the Alford plea?
Well, under my attorney advice, I took the Alford plea, and that's also why the PSI also stated that under my attorney advice, he told me not just to stay quiet. Today, the first time I talked publicly about this incident, miss.
And so I appreciate your apology to the victims and your opening statement. What information do you think you could provide them with that would make them feel comfortable with your returning to the community?
That I am a changed person, you know, I am a changed person, miss. I am very sorry of the kind of life I was living out there before and what my action had caused to the loss and in the community. Miss. I mean, you know, I really regret that every day. I really regret that every day, miss. With all my heart.
So you changed 5 years ago? And you've been down for 27 and a half years almost?
27 years, Mace, yes.
And it took you 22 years to change?
It took me 22 years not to cast no more disciplinary report. But I had changed in between the lines, as you can see.
I really can't. That's why I'm asking you what information you could offer, because it's really difficult to gauge your change, sir, based on your behavior in the facility. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I'm happy that you feel as if you changed, and I really do hope that that transitions, you know, out when you're released from the facility, because you don't have a life sentence. You will be getting out at some point. But I'm just not sure that you've demonstrated enough change that would warrant your being released early.
I believe I have, Mace. I believe I had changed. And I mean, like, as you can see, I don't catch a disciplinary ticket for the last 5 years.
Well, for someone is that's your age, Mr. Sosa, I really would have liked to see that change happen a little earlier for you. And then not only a little earlier, but consistent change. Like, you knew when you got your first public indecency that you weren't supposed to be doing that, and yet you continue to receive more and more. And then the threats and I think that you really did know what you were doing, and that what you were doing was wrong, but you couldn't stop yourself.
One of the things that also helped me in everything, besides also maturing, I started taking the side medications. You know, and since I started taking that side medication, my behavior did improve when it comes to that as well.
Okay, I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Mr. Sosa, do you have a problem with alcohol?
I used to drink, yes. I used to drink a lot, Miss. I used to engage in drinking. So I was a youth, I was young, and that was part of my daily activity. Just to drink socially with individuals. Yes, ma'am.
But you also suffered consequences. You had blackouts.
Yes, at a younger age, yeah, I have blacked out, you know, throw up, things of that nature.
Uh-huh. Do you consider alcohol a problem for you?
Yes, I consider alcohol a problem for me and in general as well. That's why I go to AA. I go to AA for many years. I go to AA. I've been going to AA consistently, on and on. Recently, I did lead the meeting last week, and the title was "Being True to Yourself." There was even, excuse me.
Okay.
There was even.
So you completed the Tier 2 program. That was in 2004 at MacDougall.
Yes, I did Tier 1 and Tier 2, yeah.
But you did Tier 1 in 2009, which is really odd that you would do Tier 2 and then later on, 5 years later, do Tier 1.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have control. Sorry. Go ahead.
Why? I'm trying to understand why.
Well, I don't got control over that. They put you on a list on your OAP, and if they're gonna start Tier 2 because of the counselor that is running it, then you go to Tier 2. If they're gonna start Tier 1 after that, then you do Tier 1. They don't really do it chronologically. I would love for them to do.
Okay, we've all been doing this long enough. That explanation doesn't fly. Because if you continue to have a problem after Tier 2, they put you in Tier 4, not in a lower level tier program. But my point is that after you completed Tier 2 and then Tier 1, you went on to get a Pruno ticket. Why? Were you making it?
Yes, I had some of that. Yes, okay. And that's when I start to going back to AA.
Why would you choose to make Pruno in the prison?
To drink. No.
Okay, well, sometimes we hear people make it to sell it. so they can get commissary and, you know, exchange things with other offenders. So it's a reasonable question for me to ask.
Yeah, so, but I wouldn't want to lie to you. So
Okay,
I'll tell you that, I'll tell you the
Okay.
truth. I have two little
Can you
John.
share it with others?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So
I think
you know that many people there in the facility are struggling with an addiction.
yes, ma'am.
They're working on their own recovery because you sit
Yes,
in
ma'am.
meetings with them.
But
And you would choose to undercut the recovery of other people by producing Pruno in the facility and then distributing it. I have a problem with that because, you know, you're jeopardizing other people's recovery with your selfish decision to produce an illegal substance to get high in prison.
that was the old me, miss. I don't really like the last one that I had. That was just for my personal use.
I just don't appreciate how the distinction you're trying to make. But, you know, so you have a 5-year point that you sent us a picture of.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
5-year period does that cover?
That covered my 5 year of being ticket free
No, it's a
without
NA
drinking.
coin.
Yes,
It's
yes,
an
the AA coin.
Right,
That-
so what 5-year period did that 5 years represent? What year, from what year to what year?
That covered from like the year 2020.
What was the start year of the 5? What was your sober date?
I don't remember the day. I can only remember the year, miss. 2020.
I don't know. So you're saying the coin covers 2020 to 2025?
October 2025, by the way. Because that's
Which
5 years.
you know, it isn't up to 2025 yet. Why would you have a 5-year coin?
I don't drink, miss, since I got that ticket. I didn't even have
Well-
the chance to drink it.
You know, too bad. You know, the point is that, you know, we're looking for growth and development and behavior change. And I get that, you know, recovery is not linear and that you can backslide. But, you know, you clearly have a problem with alcohol. If, you know, blackouts is one of those big red flags, you know, that it is a problem, a substance that has a problem for you.
That happened when I was young, when I was out in the street, when I was younger. It didn't happen
But-
during my incarceration.
I know that, but it's still an indicator that that is a problem substance for you, not just at the time that you had the blackout, but as a fact about you and alcohol. Do not mix. Do you see that?
Yes, man, I had admitted that the reason as to why I keep going and assisting and going to AA, because I know that is a problem.
Well, I hope you'll stay committed to your recovery because it'll be hard to achieve anything by way of stability and success in the community if you do decide to drink.
Nah, I'm not really going that.
So you indicated that you had some fear of the victims in your case, and that you feared them, and that is why you shot at them. Is that?
Yes, ma'am. I thought it was gonna do something to me.
Okay. So why, when they were both lying on the sidewalk wounded, did you continue to shoot them and not leave? If you were afraid for your safety, a normal reaction would be to flee, to get to someplace safe. But instead, you acted with all inhumanity and shot your victims additional times
And
when they posed no threat to you.
And can I answer to that?
Yes,
And
he's gonna answer you.
And yeah, and I am very sorry for my action as I had explained in my statement. You know, that was the old me. I was high on cocaine at the time. So, you know, I wish.
I understand the circumstances, Mr. Sosa, but it sounds to me today like you're offering those as excuses for the choices that you made to kill two people.
There's no excuse for that, miss. Only thing I can do is show my repentance and my remorse for this action, for the pain and suffering that I had caused to everybody.
And serve your sentence. Okay, thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay, at this point, we'll turn to the Office of Victim Services for any input they may have. Ms. De Jesus, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, board members. I do have two statements that I will read, and then I also have the brothers of Mr. Rodriguez via Teams. I'll begin. Dear members of the Parole Board, my name is Sonia Rodriguez, mother of the victim, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, and I am writing to you today in opposition of granting parole. I have lived these last 27 years suffering because of the absence of my son. Every one of his birthdays, every Christmas, every single day is a fresh wound that does not heal because of that individual who today enjoys the privilege of seeking parole due to being a minor at the time he committed this crime. 27 years ago, he had a twisted mind and a perverse heart, which didn't make his hands shake when he violently stole my son's life. And there is no reason to believe that this is still not the case. In that moment, he acted as an adult and not as a minor. He has taken away my granddaughter's right to grow up alongside her father. All I ask is for justice to be served until the very last day of his sentence, and that he might not cause harm to anyone else. Thank you for the opportunity to share this letter with the members of the Parole Board, to ask you that you deny parole and allow justice to be carried out. Sincerely, Sonia Rodriguez. I will now read a statement from Mr. Rodriguez's sister. Esteemed members of the Parole Board, my name is Janet Rodriguez. I am the sister of the victim, Juan Carlos Rodriguez. I urge you sincerely to deny any appeal made on behalf of this murderer for early release. On the day when this individual chose to commit this crime and take my brother's life, along with that of another human being, he did not demonstrate any remorse or hesitation. He made the decision in full recognition of the horror and pain he was causing, thinking not like a minor, but like a grown man taking the lives of others, without a thought to the victims and those they left behind. Juan Carlos was a son, a brother, an uncle, and was going to be a father and a grandfather one day. His daughter Carla came into this world a mere 3 months after the death of her father, without ever having the opportunity to know him, to grow with him, and be cared for by him. We still suffer the loss of my brother's life every single day. Every special occasion is marked by a painful absence. When I became a mother of 3 beautiful children, I was overjoyed that I had my brothers and my parents to see them grow and to love and care for them. But my children missed out on the chance to know the incredible person that Juan Carlos was. Nothing can ever make up for that. This individual, who now expects to be granted freedom and leniency, still has the privilege of waking up every day to a future, to breathe fresh air, to live a life like the one he senselessly robbed of my brother of. His sentence left him without the possibility of parole, not only because of the brutality of his crime, but because of the evil in his heart that would harm another family like ours if given the chance. his sentence should stand in order for justice to be served. And to prevent more pain like the pain our family has gone through every day for the last 27 years. Please, I ask that you do not allow the risk of another person's life to be taken and another family to be shattered by showing undeserved clemency to this individual. I ask that his appeal be denied and that he serve every day of his sentence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Sincerely, Janet Rodriguez. I will now ask Mr. Rodriguez's brothers to unmute and one at a time speak, and you may address the board. And I am to remind you that you are to address the board only. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Rodriguez. My brother Juan Carlos Rodriguez is one of the victims in this case. I want to begin by saying that I strongly oppose the parole of Andres Sosa, who was convicted of the brutal and senseless murder of my brother and that of a second person. Granting parole to this individual would not only be an injustice to the victims and their loved ones, but would also pose a serious risk to public safety. The crime committed by Andres Sosa was violent, intentional, and it showed an extreme and complete indifference for human life. He chose to execute two people, leaving behind devastation and irreversible pain for my family, friends, and the community. The severity of this crime demands that the full weight of justice be upheld. You see, we were not the only victims that day. The city of New Britain suffered too. The first responders, the EMTs and police officers who responded to the carnage left behind by the cowardly act committed by Andres Sosa were undoubtedly traumatized by what they saw. The bleeding, lifeless bodies of two human beings left like trash on the street. The detectives that had to attend and view the autopsies of two young men because of what Andres Sosa did, images that will be forever seared in their memories. Juan has a daughter that he never met, was grown up, excuse me, without knowing the love and affection of a father. Beyond the nature of the crime itself, there's no assurance that Andres Sosa has been rehabilitated or no longer poses a threat to society. The consequences of such a heinous act should not be diminished by an early release. To grant parole undermines the seriousness of this offense, and it sends a troubling message that such acts can be forgiven with time rather than met with the full measure of accountability they deserve. Deterrence is the cornerstone of our criminal and correctional justice systems. Incarceration is not only meant to be a punishment, but as a means of rehabilitation. Releasing Andres Sosa early would do the opposite. Andres Sosa's conviction was not the result of a trial. He admitted his guilt and pled guilty in return for the sentence he received, which he agreed to serve, but is not completed. Moreover, Andres Sosa's incarceration has not affected his willingness to engage in criminal behavior. According to public judicial records, he was convicted in 2016 of possessing a weapon in a correctional institution, hardly the actions of an individual deserving of being paroled. It shows that his willingness to commit violence and hurt others has not waned while he's been incarcerated. Andres Sosa intentionally and deliberately executed two people in cold blood. He chose to point a gun at two human beings. He fired the gun knowing that he was killing Juan. He shot Juan in the head from behind. Gunshot wounds to the head are incompatible to life, and Andres Sosa knew this. Juan still had his hands in his pockets when the first responders arrived. Juan was only 20 years old when Andres Sosa executed him. His carefully crafted statement rings hollow. His inability to explain the night of and what led to the murder show that he has not taken accountability for what he did. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to deny parole and ensure that Andres Sosa serves his entire sentence. Justice for my brother Juan, my family, the city of New Britain, and the second victim demands nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Melissa?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Henry Rodriguez. Juan Carlos Rodriguez was my older brother. Before I continue, I'd like to thank the Victim Advocate Office for their genuine display of care and compassion with my family, and especially my mother, then and now. I'd like to thank the New Britain Police Department and the New Britain Superior Court for working tirelessly in 1997 to bring this case to a conclusion. A lot has happened since 1997. Shortly after my brother's death, I graduated high school. I went on to serve this country in the military. Since then, I've dedicated and devoted 2 decades of my life in law enforcement. I'm married and I have children. I've even graduated college, something Juan Carlos would have been very proud of. I have achieved all of this while carrying the burden of my brother's death. I highlight these events in my life because I like the board members to know that as an adult now, I struggle every day with the loss of my brother. A part of me surely died with Juan Carlos. So much has not happened because his life was callously taken away, left for dead on a cold sidewalk. For instance, Juan Carlos was not there for any of my graduations. He was not home when I arrived from the military. And his chair was empty at my wedding. But he was never able to hold my children, and Juan Carlos' absence weighs heavily on my soul. Conversely, Juan Carlos' right to be a father was stripped away. He died on a cold sidewalk, knowing he would never see his child. Juan Carlos was never able to look into his daughter's eyes. He could not sing her to sleep and never had the chance to see her grow up like most fathers should. No more birthdays, no more Thanksgiving, and no more Christmases will ever be the same. In my life, even in my happiest moments, there's a void that will never be filled. As an adult, I struggle and I feel I'm forgetting his face, his smile, and his big blue eyes. I often close my eyes to remember him because the little boy in me misses Juan Carlos. There are no other words I can find that can communicate to the board members the impact that Juan Carlos' death has had on my family and me. Juan Carlos cannot get another chance in life. There's no do-overs for my brother, just old memories. However, if this inmate is granted parole, he gets another chance at life, a do-over who can potentially commit more crimes and be a risk to another human. Lastly, justice was carried out in 2001 when a Superior Court judge sentenced him to 42 years for murdering not one person, but taking 2 lives. And I believe the righteous thing to do here is to deny this person parole. This person does not belong in our community. And I'd like to thank everyone, the board members, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. That's all I have.
Thank you. So at this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded the opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Watson. Attorney Watson, if you have any comments, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members and everyone else that's present. Thank you for the opportunity to address you as I normally do. I will tell this panel that I've reviewed this case since I was assigned to it. This is what I can only say, one of the most callous acts of violence I have seen in the 20 some odd years I've been a prosecutor. This individual that sits before you walked up to 2 people on the street shot one in the back of the head, shot the other who was standing, and once they were on the ground, executed them. And I say executed because that's exactly what he did. He executed 2 human beings. He went in front of a judge and agreed to a 43-year sentence. And that was after several weeks of jury selection. That was an agreement. He chose to accept that. That agreement should be honored. What I point out to this panel is the following. I listened to Mr. Sosa sit before this panel and apologize, and I will say that he apologized profusely for causing the loss of these 2 lives. Now, I struggle with that. And the reason why I struggle with it is that I sit here at my desk with a 107-page document for a petition for a new trial that Mr. Sosa filed in his own handwriting. And what I'm going to read to you is what really doesn't sit well with me. In his petition for a new trial, he states the following. In January of '98, petitioner was arrested in connection with a November 15, 1997 shooting, approximately 11:54 p.m. on Clark Street in New Britain. This was a shooting of Juan Carlos Little Rodriguez and Arcadio Charlie Ace Rivera. Since day one, petitioner has consistently maintained his innocence. So he sits before you today and tells you that he's sorry for committing this violent act. And he files a petition for a new trial dated on his own signature on June 30th of 2024 and says he didn't do it. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Watson. At this time, Attorney O'Brien, if you have any final remarks you would like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, thank you to the board for the opportunity to present Mr. Sosa's case as to why he should be paroled, and it's our position that he should be. He does show why this special type of parole exists in the first place. And as the board knows full well, it's not a type of parole that's applied for. It's a creature of statute that operates by length of sentence and age of offender. And this is what brings Mr. Sosa today to this before the board. He's a young man without a stable home or a stable family life, driven like so many in that situation to seek acceptance from where he could find it. He did, and he found it with a group of people who, across a couple of different states, were involved with weapons and with drugs and preyed on young men. And he got that acceptance from them. And it is something that a young man of his age at that time couldn't simply control. And it led him down a path straight to maybe the worst decision any person could ever make, and the worst act that anyone could ever do. He did it twice. Anger, immaturity, defiance continued to plague the beginning of his incarceration. He'd get tickets, he'd get into trouble. He would not accept responsibility for his own role in getting here. He's not the man who began his statement today with sincere expressions of remorse for what he did. Becoming that man, this man, took time. As the board well knows, that's the point of these hearings, the point of the statutes passed in 2015 and 2023, creating this kind of parole, to ask these questions. It's a monster versus someone who's little more than a child who can change. Because one of those two people is salvageable. And Andres has proven through his submissions and statements here today that he is the latter, that he has salvaged his life. He has worked hard and has continued to work hard and knows that that work is ongoing until the day he dies. You can see it clearly in his records. You can see it in a dramatic rise in completed programming. In education, I believe he had said earlier, I wrote this down, about applications to Wesleyan in 2002 and 2004. Those are 2022 and 2024. In vocational training for a life that, whether he's granted parole or not, he will be released to one day. He was too young when he was sentenced. He will be released. He's recognized that and engaged in that training. He said at some point in his opening statement about making a decision about going to take tiers 1 and tiers 2. Then it's not a decision. It's OAP. It's required of him. It's expected of him. But I think the important thing to remember is really that, in his own words, about making decisions, you don't get rehabilitated unless you want it, unless you work towards it. So obviously, it's not up to him to satisfy his OAP. He's required to do it. But it does take an investment. It does take a choice to commit yourself to it, to actually get something out of it. I believe he's shown that. The issue of his tickets has come up several times today. As I said earlier, it takes time. It's a process. It's an ongoing process. The fact that there's been nothing in the last 5 years is indicative of that process. Maybe finally taking hold, maybe later in his life, but taking hold and meaning something, most importantly perhaps to him. Even though he didn't have a good support system to keep him from walking down the path that led him right to this seat, he's developed one. You have letters from several of those individuals in the submission that we've offered. Multiple letters of support. We've interviewed his sister, Betsy, who will support him on the release. Letters from his aunt and uncle who own property in New York and where he was born in the Dominican. As for his reentry plan, it's realistic and it's mature. He knows he can't do it alone. He's asking if he is allowed to stay in the country, to stay in New York with his sister. Nevertheless, he has an immigration detainer. It's entirely possible that if released, again, to parole or eventually one day that he would be removed from the country. He has developed relationships with his family and has a support system in the Dominican as well. Relationships, these plans, is focused on education, is focused on work, drop in tickets over time. Ultimately, the attitudes, the outlooks that he's expressed today demonstrate what this process is looking for. It's maturity. Maturity to change yourself, maturity to conduct yourself in the laws of society. So with all that in mind, we submit that continued incarceration is no longer necessary. It's a request that the board find that Andres be paroled. Thank you.
Thanks, Attorney Brian. Madam Chair?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. At this point, Mr. Sosa, the panel will enter into deliberation to discuss your case, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision. Do you see the point that Attorney Watson was?
I do.
Okay.
All
right. Yeah, we'll begin with you.
Madam Chair, I'm looking over this 117-page document that was submitted by Mr. Sosa. And it is dated December 31st, 2024 is when it was actually filed. So he is in fact trying to appeal or something his sentence he's doing, but do you see a claim in there that he's innocent, didn't commit the crime? It doesn't say that he is innocent and didn't commit the crime. The basis that I'm seeing is his saying that people were giving false.
Well, let's see if Attorney Watson can give us a page.
Yeah,
number.
give us a page number, Attorney Watson, please.
Turn to page 2 of his filing. At the bottom of the page, it begins paragraph number 2. Turn to the top of page 3, and it says, since day one, petitioner has consistently maintained his innocence.
Page 2. In January 1998, petitioner was arrested in connection with the November 15, 1997, approximately 11:54 shooting of the two people. Since day one, petitioner has consistently maintained his innocence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So far. Yeah. I don't know. It's a no for me.
Process.
Okay, it's a no for you. Yes. Okay.
The disciplinary infractions and the nature of the crime alone was already very concerning prior to even learning about this petition. So I would add victim input as well as a reason, but it's a denial.
Okay. Yeah, I want to thank the victims for their statements. They gave very eloquent statements, and I really do appreciate the input. Ms. Turner.
I can't see my way clear. record inside, just behaviorally, it is a sharp contrast to some of the things that he has achieved. And as State's Attorney pointed out, the nature of this basically being an execution is so disturbing that I know that he, Mr. Sosa, indicated he agrees with the sentence, and he accepted it, and
But that's clearly not the case if he's looking for a new trial.
well, he accepted it at the time.
Oh.
He didn't take it to trial, so.
Got it. Yeah, very troubling. I don't know how you express remorse. Come here and say you're sorry for the things that you did when you have a petition in court saying that you didn't do it. But for me, the disciplinary reports, after taking the programs that we look for offenders to take it.
And to address the underlying issues.
Well,
that
right,
are
right.
Discipline.
Yeah, I mean, there really just is no way that we could find a way to grant. I guess the real issue is with 16 years remaining, do we rehear the case?
I'm not interested in rehearing the case.
I share the same sentiment.
Okay.
You want to propose something?
No, I mean, I was thinking a minimum of 5 years, but so he would be 10 years away from his last disciplinary report, but I don't know that it will change much in light of the new information that we have. Because I don't know how genuine and sincere anything he brought forward would be at that point. Okay. We're done?
Yes.
All right, in the matter of Andre Sosa, inmate number 260589, I'll make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your instant offenses, the injury and impact to the victims and the victims' families, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there anything further? Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Sosa, you've been denied parole. We wish you the best and hope that you will continue to work on yourself. Thank you to everyone for your participation here today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Andre Sosa, inmate number 260589, and it is 1:48 p.m. Good afternoon, I'm Parole Officer Reintegration. Today is Friday, March 7th, 2025, and this is your Jurisprudence hearing at Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Present this morning, we have Chairwoman Jack Meany, Board Member Turner, and Board Member Barry. You guys would also want to introduce.
Sure, Jennifer Zaccanini. Panel Member Barry.
Nancy Turner.
This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior. Mr. Gavette, inmate number 234190, signed a waiver signifying his decision to not participate in today's hearing. The hearing proceeds in Mr. Gavette's absence, however, because the board is required to act on this question.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to discuss information that involves confidentiality. For that purpose, I move to go into executive session. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we are now back on the record in regards to the matter of Derek Gavette, inmate number 234190 for the jurisprudence hearing. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will note for the record that his attorney, Tiffany Barlow, is with us here today, just listening. Okay, I move that in the matter of Derek Gavette 234190, I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, after review of all the information available today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment of problem sexual behavior will be required prior to the scheduling of Mr. Gavette's discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to order participation in treatment and compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of release. Mr. Gavette may also be assigned to the Special Management Unit for supervision. All set.
Thank you. This concludes jurisprudence hearing for Derek Gavette, inmate number 234190.
Thank you.